Samozrejme, môžete ďalej klásť otázky cez slajdo. Vidím, že 30 lajkov na hlavnú otázku, to znamená, že sa fakt zapájate. No a keďže nasledujúca debata bude po anglicky, tak ja už predstavím panelistov v angličtine a vy, ktorí potrebujete preklad, tak si samozrejme zoberte staničky. So, let me introduce from Hungary. There will be CEO of the Central Media Group, Mr. Zoltán Varga. From Czech Republic, CEO of Vysoft Corporation, Václav Muchna. And for Slovakia, there will be CEO of Brain, Andrej Kiska, the younger one. So you do not expect the president. And the panel will be hosted by the editor-in-chief of Daily SME, Beata Balogová. So please welcome them on the stage.
Good morning, everybody. I will admit right at the beginning that one of the reasons why I agreed to moderate this session is that I actually do have a genuine interest to understand that where is the red line for businesses when they feel that now we do have a need to join the discussion about keeping the values and protecting democracy when they understand that opening a kindergarten for employees might not be the utmost responsible act in a society where basically we see that several institutions and the basic values of democracy are attacked. And just one note, because I'm a journalist and I feel I need to react, that using the argument that we are not Hungary yet, I think it's a very poor comfort. And I don't think that it should be for us a judging line how good we are doing. And all of you operate in countries where it pays much better to lobby, to support the ruling party or trying to remain silent than to support the civil society, independent media, and speak out. Zoltán, you are the investor of one of the biggest and one of the last independent media company, and the propaganda, Viktor Orbán's propaganda machine blessed you with much interest. You have been subject of several smear campaigns. Why are you doing this? Why do you continue to support independent media and you actually continue speaking up? You sit here today and I'm sure your words will find their way to Budapest as well.
Thank you very much, first of all, being here. And it's a funny feeling, actually, to see that Hungary is a small country, but somehow we made actually being important on an international stage with our prime minister and with our policies. But coming back to the question, frankly, I think it relies on values, on integrity, and that's pretty much. So, and protecting your friends, your kids, your colleagues, and hoping a better future. So I cannot describe it better. It has to come from your soul, from your integrity, and from responsibility. Financially, it's not a good business, I have to say. Clearly, I can tell you my example. Ringi in Hungary is half of our size. So 50%, they are getting yearly 5 million euro from the state, being part of the propaganda machine. And frankly, we are getting zero, exactly zero. So the price of the freedom is 10 million euro, and I'm happy to pay for it, because I think that has to be.
Václav, you developed, if I understood right, you developed a product which went globally. You could have made a lot of money, but you made responsibility, social responsibility, sort of part of your business. And you are also, I was able to observe you in person, how you support independent journalism, at an event in Prague. So what was was there a very concrete moment, if you could recall, so that we are not only talking about internal responsibility, but what made you to make this decision?
I remember that moment vividly. It was back in 2013 when an activist organization called Rekonstrukce státu, like Reconstruct the State, a group of activist organizations lobbied for more transparent laws to fight corruption, and one of the big issues of the Czech Republic back then that still is valid today is, for example, how political parties are funded. And back then I actually realized that a lot of these bribes that are happening are not going into the very pockets of the politicians, but they are so stupid that they use these bribes to fund their political parties. They don't even have their personal profits from it. So these were things that we were, approached to help with funding, and we gave them some money to sponsor some marketing activities, and we started to be closer. And a few years later, we realized, because I've been closer to that organization, I realized that people who run these NGOs are just like us, that they need to eat, they need a shelter, they have families, and until then we would only finance fund the campaigns, and after that we started to fund actually their operations. And then several moments like that happened, and more entrepreneurs, were at it during the years. So that's how the society grew.
Andrej, you are coming from a family where you have both. You have a tradition of philanthropy, but you also have been able to observe the example how the state power can actually take action. And I see you are not discouraged by that. So what keeps you being active in that area? And if I understand correctly, you are very active in the area of education. That's you have chosen as your own area.
Yeah, I guess there are three main reasons, right? Like, one is, yes, I'm Andrej 𝐼𝐶, so I'm my father's son, which brings like a whole host of like challenges and specificities on its own. But frankly, it's been a huge inspiration, right? Like, my father is a founder of a non-profit called 𝐬𝐸𝐴𝐻𝐿, but I always think that the presidency itself was a much more complicated non-profit initiative than 𝐬𝐸𝐴𝐻𝐿 ever was, and everything that happened after that, of course, as well. And the price of democracy, or at least for his values in Slovakia, is actually much greater than 10 million euros. So it seems like Slovakia is getting even more expensive than Hungary these days. So that's kind of like a reason number one. Number two, I'm a venture investor and a venture builder, so we are kind of the guys who are bringing the next generation innovation into economy, improving the productivity of the economy to drive economic growth. In order to bring innovation to any economy, you need stable rule of law and stable institutions to ensure that those innovations can thrive. So this is like a purely self-interested reason why I'm here and I'm talking about it. Look, like, nobody is going to pay for our pensions in 30 years if our economy is not going to innovate. And in order to innovate, we need very stable institutions that are able to diffuse those innovations, right? And then the third reason for me, businessmen like complex challenges. And I think that the world order established after Second World War is creaking heavily since the financial crisis in 2009. You have populists winning left or right. A lot of our institutions are under pressure, and there is no more impactful yet complex challenge for a businessman to tackle than what is the world order and democratic values going to be represented by in the 21st century. And since complexity equals excitement for businessmen, there is no more exciting topic to converse about than this one.
I'm very glad you are saying this, because my next question is somehow linked to this. As a journalist, I have been speaking to CEOs who privately explained to me that talking about issues of rule of law, attacks at civil society, and free media that concerns them as human beings, but talking about it more publicly, they feel that that would damage their business. And they say that they prefer discussing very specific laws or legislation that concerns their own company, but not really going public about it. Don't worry, I am not saying names, but Zoltán, is that approach right or correct, or is there any correct approach, or what would be your counter-argument for these businessmen?
Frankly, I do understand them. Most of them are managers. They have to have KPIs, profit. They are pressured from the owners, actually, from the headquarters, naming Amsterdam, London, whatever. So their job is actually to fulfill what the owners are wishing. And this is the easiest way, that looking away and talking privately, but end of the day delivering, and in a way supporting any, let's say, non-democratic system. Taking my example and a couple other people's example, for instance, that's a reason why I'm here. Because in Hungary, rarely I can sit in front of such a great people. And frankly, when it comes to tax investigations, banks doing business in Hungary, for me, it's kind of impossible. It's very difficult because the system is going after you. Banks are very cautious, so the legal departments are questioning, well, probably it's dangerous to deal with this guy because then we will get the next investigation by the National Bank of Hungary. It's better to leave it. So frankly, I'm doing more business outside of Hungary because that's where it's convenient, where it's competitive, and where I feel better. But I do understand the local business community. It's rather staying silent, and then can they achieve their commercial goals. When someone is standing out, definitely business will suffer. Mm-hmm. So I think in a way it's logical, and we cannot expect from a large group of entrepreneurs or people that they are suffering, actually. It would be nice, but I'm not naive.
But Václav, isn't it the case that when corruption is being justified in many ways, and the narrative that politicians are telling to people is that corruption is much smaller problem than cultural wars or the LGBTQ community or the support for Ukraine, doesn't it concerns the business? Because basically it sets the sensitivity to corruption to much lower level, and it might also indirectly inspire them to somehow be more creative in avoiding the laws.
I think the situation in the Czech Republic might be a little different because we have a lot of entrepreneurs who are self-grown, self-made business people, compared to the other countries where I see that most of the business is really connected through privatization to the state business, and that's completely different situation. And we have them as well, of course. We also have Penta and others, but the difference is that we have significant group of these entrepreneurs, and compared to even Poland, a massive difference is that Czech Republic is small market. So this group of entrepreneurs have to orient on export. So that makes us even less sort of vulnerable on these attacks. And therefore, I think that if politicians try to downplay the importance of corruption, it's not massively successful. And if you look at the topics that are running through the society right now, I don't think that it's a massive problem. It always could be better, but you always see in the news, you always see that there are people going to jail for their economic corruption. So, yeah.
But are businesses more outspoken in the Czech Republic when it comes to debate?
I think so, and it has a development. So I mentioned I started 2013. We were just a group of few people. Today we are 30. But in the past it was like, for example, the presidential election 6 years ago, we already had significant number of entrepreneurs who stand out loud and officially support it. When we had the last election with President Pavel, the group of business people who actually went against Mr. Zeman, who was very well known, I believe, significantly grew. That said, we still don't, many people still are not willing to support political parties, or they would like to do it like in a hidden way, and they say that's like a cross line that we cannot cross, and I think that that's what really is needed right now. But at the same time, I have many much bigger entrepreneurs than I am who come back to me and who say, I'm inspired by how you're publicly doing that. Mm-hmm. And we see that more and more people are actually coming out of their bubble. What's going to happen after the election? I must be completely different.
This went in my head as I was listening to you.
It may change, so next year you might hear some completely different talk track.
But Andrej, you get the most difficult task in this round. Like if you are to say something to businesses in Slovakia that might encourage them to be more outspoken and to join more the public debate about these values, what would you tell them?
Yeah, look, I think the values are good for business. If you zoom out 100 or 200 years, nowhere did businesses make more money than in an open democracy supported by strong institutions. So as a businessman, if you want to make a lot of money, your best bet is to support liberal democracy as it is. Some counter that, I don't know, the rise of China proves otherwise, but if you look at what made China successful, is the reforms back in the day under Deng Xiaoping, which are actually very liberal set of reforms they have done. So from this perspective, it's out of pure self-interest that we want to keep the rule of law, institutions, and liberal democracy to ensure growth. Now, my big problem with how the debate is led today is that a lot of our efforts are trying to preserve what worked in 20th century and is not well equipped to the challenges we are facing in 21st. So, you know, Czech Republic, for example, is like, I live in the Czech Republic also because I don't want to be called Andrej 𝐼𝐸 every time I come to an event, so in Prague I have that benefit. But at the same time, like, Czechs really do benefit from the fact that a lot of people are not dependent on government for their business, and from that perspective, it's a unique situation. At the same time, nobody has a TikTok profile or a YouTube profile. At least I don't think Václav is like doing TikTok videos spreading liberal democratic values. But I think that's part of the problem, right? Like, the reason why Russians are so successful with misinformation is because they found totally new platforms of distribution. And you know, the first speaker today kind of showed that only 26% of people trust social media, but that's where they spend most of the time. So they spend most of the time interacting with content which they by default mistrust. And us, as kind of the preservers of liberal democratic values, we actually have a very hard time matching the disinformators and the populists on the channels that matter, right? Like if you look at, you know,
we will talk about this information.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going too long.
I know you become very emotional, so do I when
I
arrived to this topic, but Václav wanted to respond.
Yeah, I wanted just to comment that when we look at valuation of our company, we think, and it's just pure speculation, but we believe that if the very same company would exist in Slovakia, we would today be half of the valuation compared, given all the circumstances we talked about. So specific impact on how engaging with politics impacts your business value. Not speaking of what the company value would be in Hungary.
Actually, it's a reality. I mean, if you look at the recent FDI numbers in Hungary, barely you see any Western European US investor. You see Chinese, most of them are Chinese, Koreans, and that's pretty much it. So the valuations are in Hungary really depressed, and you don't see it how you can increase it. Only if you are pretty much relying on export. So when your revenue is 90% export, then you can have a variation, proper variation. but it's totally unique, frankly.
Andrej, you said an interesting thing that the discourse about democracy and values might have got stuck in the last century. And we observe that actually autocrats are very creative from learning each other, and so they are not the old type of autocrats. They can be technically very advanced, and they are able to keep up with the newest trend. My question is if donors are able to learn from each other, and if donors actually adapted to this new situation, Zoltán.
I think the autocrats ahead, frankly. So I can see clearly how, for instance, the Hungarian government or Chinese and any other governments actually using social media platforms. For instance, when the Orban government took a different shift and they started hiring actually Russian experts. So the Hungarian Communication Ministry had visitors on a monthly basis from Russia, telling them how to manipulate propaganda and what kind of tools they should be using. So tracking the data and influencing. So it's really kind of ahead of the curve, and the donors are not following, because publicly it's very difficult to decide that I'm taking this path. And frankly, let's say anyone would support an NGO with a huge sum of amount, then the politicals, the current government can say, you are inflicting and you are actually willing to influence, and that's politics. Stay out of politics. So business, they like to distinguish business and politics, two different fields. Whereas I think they are truly connected, but the politicians would like to say, get out of my business. Politics is my business, don't be involved. If you're supporting, sending money, you are doing exactly politics. In a way, they are right, but they are interconnected. You cannot separate them, actually.
Mm-hmm. And Václav, the same question, because Zoltán said interesting things, but still the core of the question is that are the donor schemes and you know, the network of philanthropists are able to keep up with the new challenges?
Well, again, speaking for the Czech Republic, we have a community of donors, a group of whatever, 30 people. It grew since 2013 from 3-4. And we have events. We actually built our own platform called Aliance pro moderní stát, and we're actually like looking at the efficiency of the support that we are doing, and having some central governance so that we don't need to do it individually, every one of us. So I think that we are learning and we are communicating together. But I think the importance of that is somewhere else. And I'm not saying that it's not important to learn, but I think that the importance is in the community itself. Because one of the massive differences between the Czech Republic and the other countries is that in the Czech Republic we still have these entrepreneurs, they are still in the Czech Republic. And they are not in Hungary, they are not in Slovakia. They are, you know, they flee the countries, and that's a big problem, of course, because the elites, they just, when they give up, they escape. They still have places where to escape. I don't know what the Slovaks are going to be doing with Babiš, but that's, let's see. But the thing is, where I'm going is that I believe that building this community will help us to support each other at the times when we will feel we have to give up, we have to move somewhere else, and we don't, because once that happens, we will follow the routes of other countries.
And I will just tell a quick example, like from the area of journalism. For example, very often I would get addressed, so why don't you apply for a grant for journalism training, you know, and we can provide experts from Netherlands or Germany, and I have a hard time to explain to donors that this is not really what we need, and the main problem in Hungary or in other countries, Bulgaria, Romania, is the core funding for newsrooms. And some of these small grants are even more trouble to go into. And what happened in Hungary, that newsrooms trained themselves to death, because that was the only way how to get some of the funding for their members. So this is what I had in mind when I was thinking that is the donor community actually ready to look at the realistic challenges and give up some of the self-presentation and the ambition, you know, to list all the supports they have distributed. And this is a fundamental question.
Can I comment on it? In Hungary, in the last couple of years, the US Embassy actually launched a program supporting free and independent media. Not a big scale, a couple of €100,000, but for small entities, it helps. But for instance, my title called 24.hu, we talked to the editorial team, shall we apply or not? And they said clearly no, because it's a donor money. We don't need it, frankly, and if and when, we will have a stamp that we are working with US money. So it was the decision by the editorial team, and I was very happy to accept it. But frankly, in order to be totally independent, there are two ways: strong owner or crowdfunding. But not getting the money from China or even from US, because then you are kind of biased, frankly. So logically, we are happy to take money from the European Union because we are part of the European Union. We belong to the European Union. That's fine. But taking money from somewhere else, that's kind of weird. So I totally agree with the editorial team.
Thank you. Andrej, let's go back to Slovakia. Are donors in Slovakia somehow in a position to address these new challenges?
I think Václav has it right in that I think in Slovakia there are very few people who made a lot of money without dealing with the government, unlike in the Czech Republic. And a lot of the people who were here now live in Prague, including me. Yeah. And none of us know what happens when Babiš comes to power again. But as things stand today, it is definitely more challenging to find 30 people who are willing to put together new NGOs and big budgets to support democracy in Slovakia. I think it's totally challenging. Unfortunately, I think kind of the example of my father and kind of the struggles he has had with Fico after presidency shows how difficult it is to do on a high-profile level against a regime like ours. But this is where, again, as somebody who is an innovator and a venture capitalist, I kind of look at it through kind of the opportunity lens as opposed to the empty lens, which is to say, look, like businessmen can take a very long-term view. Like, I don't care who wins the next election. I care about what my country is going to look like in 10 to 20 years. And from that perspective, I can make serious financial and time-wise contributions today that kind of help answer the question of, all right, like, what can come after Fico? How do we make sure that kind of the liberal democratic values get communicated to average people in a way that they understand? You know, when we talk about the role of independent media, I would say the media are actually more independent than they have ever been because of YouTube and TikTok. Everybody can start a YouTube channel. Everybody can start a TikTok channel. And if you look at like how elections are fought in the US, you know, Joe Rogan podcast gets more views than the political debate on Fox News between Harris and Trump. And so from that perspective, I think there is a set of new emerging media. We need to learn how to win it. And the role of businessmen is to support these long-term initiatives to make sure we are successful in communicating it properly. Because honestly, I don't think today we are.
Yes, but just one additional note that in support, that maybe the main criteria should be that these channels don't spread misinformation. And here we are getting to basically to the main, one of the main points that we have seen in previous entries and speeches. And I mean, the propaganda media and disinformation very often targets also philanthropists. And the civil society is now under a full-scale attack by disinformation. How can businesses, responsible businesses, contribute to this countering of disinformation? Because I would like to add that it's no longer a journalistic issue, that misinformation is not spreading because we journalists do a substandard job.
Can we include here the word safety?
Of course.
Because you mentioned properly Joe Rogan, but he's a kind of guy, he's spreading also fake news. He's spreading lots of fake information, and listening his podcast is not safety. So, whereas I guess the proper media is still relying on accurate and safe information. And that's the big difference. On TikTok, you can frankly get any information. And plus, on the other hand, it's a recent example, the Romanian elections. The guy who just won the first round was supported by TikTok. Now, TikTok admitted that he was sponsored. They didn't declare who was paying, but it was a huge amount of money which was supporting this guy. It was totally unknown. 2 weeks ago, he had a 5% rating, and he won actually with 22%. So I'm sticking to safety. It means that the proper media has to report the information accurately, and you should feel that if you are reading this title, you are in a safe environment. You are not misled. Probably you don't like it, because and in many times, the accuracy is not liked by the citizens and by the voters.
Václav?
I'm thinking that what business people should do what they are good at, and that's creating innovation and solving society problems through innovation. And how businesses can help fighting with disinformation. I think there are other relevant parties to help with that problem, whether these are NGOs, education in the schools. Building resilient society really starts at the elementary school. So I'm thinking that businesses probably should support these NGOs, those who know, because I don't know how to, I'm not expert in that area. Right? Ask me about how to bring innovation to the market and I can speak for hours.
Yeah.
So I think the role of business shouldn't be like becoming the messiah who saves the world, which sometimes is a feeling we need to fight, and we need to take a self-reflection that we're not. Let's focus on what we are good at. And if we're good at making money, let's use the money for the greater good.
I was hoping for such an answer as supporting really initiatives that are focused at that. Though I also heard about examples that some companies secured training for their employees for literacy on social media, so those might be also on small scale, but such activities. But Andrej, what would you think? What would be a good way for businesses to fight?
Yeah, so as somebody who is trying to kind of, with the innovations and the investing forecast, like what can happen in 10 years, like I would say we have some like bad news ahead of us. As an example, we have an AI voice company in the portfolio. So what they do is they only need to hear your voice for about 10 seconds. And after that, they can imitate your voice, being angry, happy, crying, whatever, with an accuracy that the human cannot tell it's not you. And so somebody took that company, they're called 11 Labs, and imitated the voice of Joe Biden. And Joe Biden called every family in Pennsylvania ahead of the election and told them not to go and vote for Kamala Harris. And so from that perspective, you know, like a YouTube video by like a disinformator, that's like a piece of cake. But like in 5 years, we are gonna have somebody who looks just like Václav and Zoltán with their voice, their looks on the video, saying how much they hate liberal democracy. And there's like nothing we can do about it. And so from this perspective, I think it's exactly what Václav said. Like the only way how our society is going to flourish in the chaos that is unleashed by all these technologies is by having very high quality education, not just in schools, but also for adults. And so from that perspective, you mentioned that I spend a lot of time in education. It's actually a very good place for businessmen, philanthropists to get involved, because it's a long-term bet, right? Like, I don't know, we support a non-profit in the Czech Republic called 𝐴𝐴. They raise 10 million euros. They don't care if Babiš wins or loses. They are going to work on the individual county level to bring new education, whether the government supports it or not. If government supports it, great. If not, there is enough money in the Czech Republic for the non-profit to continue working. That's what gets me excited.
I am very happy to pass on one question, which I often get as journalist. Should civil society accept donations or money from rather problematic companies or companies which were indicated in corruption cases in the past? And what should be the approach, Zoltán?
I think this money should be declined, frankly. There is no other way. It's hurting your integrity, it's hurting your mission, because the next day it will be in the news that you're associated with black money, with shadow money, and then your mission is actually kind of destroyed. So I truly understand it's a very difficult position. You are aiming to get money. You have to pay the salaries. There are families behind who are earning money from this NGO, but you have to decline. So I'm terribly sorry, but here comes the solution. It's always crowdfunding. Look at the venture, what Mr. Kovačič is starting. Suddenly there was great money behind. There's another example in Hungary. Is a new opposition party. They are truly funded crowd, and now they have already 20,000 regular payer on a monthly basis, which is a huge amount of money. So I think the citizens with a small ticket can buy their peace in the democracy. It's not only in every 4 years, but on a monthly basis. And that's what we have to teach them. And as Andrej pointed out correctly, everything depends on education, frankly.
Mm-hmm. But the situation sometimes is more complicated, as I am told by the civil society, that let's say we have a company which was indicated in a corruption case in the past, and they would ask, like, how much time should pass until you arrive to the point that you consider the company cleaned. And of course, some businessmen might have the �𝐸𝐽𝐫𝐸𝐞 moment and these things. Václav, how would you approach this question?
Well, for me, it is really surprising even that the fact that the very question exists.
It does.
So,
it does.
Because it's no-brainer, right? Like, why are you even asking that? It was my first thought, like, why are you even asking that? It's so clear. So absolutely, we're not accepting such money. Even if that happened 10 years in the past, doesn't matter. Sorry, we're not accepting, period. But there is another dimension of that question, and that is, when I look at our group of philanthropists who fund these activities, when the dark side wants to attack us, for example, in the National Fund for Independent Journalism, what they say is, in their media, they say, well, it's a group of billionaires who is actually buying openly, and they even speak about that out loud. And it doesn't matter if you're 10, 15, 20, 30, they still have that power of attack. And what Zoltán said, I think if you take this bigger money or big money, and you are capable of combining that with the crowdfunding so that you create a community, I think that's the best way. So I would say for those who have bigger money, spend them also, and we're struggling with that. It's one of our biggest headaches, whether that is the independent journalism support, whether that is the alliance thing I talked about, or other activities. We struggle with activating the communities because we're a bigger group of people, and frankly, if you ask me, it's so much easier to get to put another €100,000 on the table than building community. I have no idea how to do it, and I don't have time to do it. And putting €100K on the table is just simpler. So I would really concur to what Zoltán said. The communities have to be in place, and that's our weakness.
it's a no-brainer for me as a journalist, but as you described the Slovak environment, it's quite a different environment, and businesses that might be able to give, many of them might have a troubled past. So that's why I opened that question. Andrej, do you have anything to add, what your colleague just said?
I think the best conversation is the one which is controversial. So I'm gonna take the opposite view, if you don't mind.
No.
Look, you know, if you look at the top 50 or 100 richest people, 80% of them are going to be oligarchs. They have made generational wealth and benefited from our economy hugely. All of them are getting to an age where something has to happen with that money. Either they're going to give it to their kids who are going to buy islands and jets and I don't know what, or we can put it to better use. I actually think one of the biggest philanthropic endeavors available today in Central and Eastern Europe is to figure out how to take this generational wealth and put it to a good use. I'm not saying that a non-profit has to take money directly from any one of the oligarchs you can think of, but I absolutely do not think that we should let that money go to waste.
And the reason why I'm laughing is that I've heard exactly the same thing from your father just 2 weeks ago.
Yes, it is true.
So
that
you're probably your father's son.
Not just that, but we are working on the project together, which is probably why he mentioned it. But yes, like there is a lot of money that has been generated in Central Europe, and I'm looking forward to putting it to a good use.
Thank you. And we have left a little time for taking a question from Slido, and I've seen one question which asks how businesses can make sure that philanthropic activities should be pluralistic enough and cover all ranges of the society. That was a interesting question. And there was also one about the apolitical aspect of philanthropy. But let's look at first at that question, how you make sure that all areas of the society are represented in philanthropic activities, and that it's actually...
I think it's hard to do it. Philanthropists should choose focus, 2, 3 focus, and they should support those areas. I do not believe that someone can do 10 topics, 10 area. We are focusing, as Sandra or myself, we are focusing education and kids. For instance, you can say, why you're not supporting sport? It's important. I think we have bigger issues in the education and how the kids are treated in the hospital, etc., etc. So I think you should be focused, which area you are choosing, and then what you choose, you have to go all in. So that's my view, actually.
Thank you. Václav, I would ask you the question that some people say that philanthropy should remain apolitical, but how is it possible when democracy is in danger and it needs also business support?
Well, I think that the theory of apolitical business is coming from the Soviet heritage. And I think it's just nonsense, right? It's just, it doesn't work that way. We are absolutely impacted and influenced by the environments in which we do our business. And saying, I don't care about probably the biggest impact on my business, well then how can you be successful, right? And if you want, as an entrepreneur, if you want your valuation to grow, you cannot be apolitical. And apolitical doesn't mean that you go to politics. And I absolutely, many people are, my frequent question I frequently get is, Václav, when you are going to establish your own political party? And I say never, because business is not like politics, and because politics is about compromises. And I'm not used to do compromises. I'm a sole owner of a business where I'm used to make decisions, and you cannot apply these principles in politics. So don't mix these two things up. But that doesn't mean the fact that I don't want to create a party, and I never say never, but I really don't. It would kill me seeing what's going on there. But that doesn't mean I'm not interested in politics. And I think that's the difference.
It's actually a very widespread stereotype that some businesses or businessmen who support, businesswomen who support NGOs or initiatives, they are paving their way to politics.
I gave you an example. For European elections, I donated some money to a political party to support them. And I thought like, well, this is, I'm gonna get from journalists, I'm gonna get really smashed from left and right and that's gonna be disaster. And I was preparing for that and I said, well, the best thing I can do is that instead of having a journalist figuring this out and using that against me, I went on LinkedIn and I made a post when I explained how much I've donated, what were my reasons, and I was super transparent about that. And I thought like, okay, let's see what's gonna happen. And I actually got on that post from journalists, but also from organizations like Transparency International, comments like, this is exactly how you should be doing that. So I absolutely braced for attack from like my social bubble. And I was really surprised that it did not happen.
We had one question, it disappeared, but I would like to ask it because it was for Andrej, that what type of educational initiative you would support in Slovakia or you would propose to fund? Yeah,
I will be super fast. Look, I think there's just not enough money in the non-profit sector. And I think that like this set of last questions kind of illustrated the problem. You have a lot of non-profits who don't have money, and then you have a lot of oligarchs who some of them even want to give the money, but the non-profits do not want to take them. And I think we kind of have to learn how to redistribute the money that has been made into a productive way to support non-profits and good causes for the future. Look at Dobrý Aniel, right? Like just like a 30-second example and a small promo for my father. Dobrý Aniel is 30,000 euros short this year on their operating expenses because some of the donors fell out. Political system, struggles we have today in our society. And it's extremely difficult to fundraise 30,000 euros for one of the best non-profit projects created in Slovakia in the last 20 years. So just to end on a note, if you have 30,000 spare euros, my father will be really grateful.
You are very charmingly avoided my question, but maybe you can answer it after the panel to the person who asked it. Thank you very much, Zoltán Varga, Václav Muchna, and Andrej Kiska for the debate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne, ďakujem Beate. Tak, vítam vás po prestávke naspäť. Rozumiem, že toto sadanie si, keď môžete sadať z jednej a z druhej strany, nám zaberie trochu času. Verím, že ste mali čas na kávu, na čaj, niečo si zahryznúť, stretnúť sa s ľuďmi. Pred prestávkou sme sa rozprávali o tom, ako veľmi demokracia a občianska spoločnosť potrebuje filantropov a aké dôležité sú filantropické peniaze na rozvoj aj týchto oblastí a samozrejme aj o tom, aké výzvy filantropky, ľudia z biznisu musia riešiť v prípade, že chcú podporovať témy, ako je demokracia, média, otvorená spoločnosť. A my budeme v tejto téme pokračovať aj s našim špeciálnym hosťom, ktorý prijal pozvanie a prišiel zo Švédska. Je to naozaj výnimočný človek. Je výnimočný v tom, že jednak je úspešný samozrejme v biznise, ale povedal si, že on so svojimi aktivitami sa bude špeciálne zameriavať na to, aby podporoval vlastne demokraciu, inštitúcie a súčasne prinášal aj inovácie do tejto oblasti. Takže sa budeme rozprávať o tom, ako prepojiť biznis a demokraciu, ako podporiť nový typ líderiek a lídrov v tejto oblasti. Pýtať sa samozrejme môžete zase cez slajdo, to znamená, že tak ako doteraz, hashtag Impact Summit 2024, neváhajte, dávajte svoje otázky. A keďže debata bude po anglicky, tak tí, ktorí máte staničky, tak ich môžete použiť. A teraz už mi len dovolte, aby som ho predstavil a privítal na pódiu. So please let me introduce on the stage Mr. Daniel Sachs, the founder of the Daniel Sachs Foundation. Please welcome him on the stage. So, Daniel, first of all, thank you for coming all the way from Sweden.
Thank you.
I understand you already met some people yesterday at the dinner.
Yes, very nice.
Some of you are already familiar. I'm very glad you made it here, and I understand that you can help us a little bit with this question, how the philanthropists and the people from business can support democracy. What is your experience, your personal experience? But first of all, maybe the first question is, how did you, start with this whole thing, supporting democracy and being a philanthropist? What is your story?
So very nice to be here, first of all. I think, as always, there's a bit of serendipity involved in how we engage in different things. I think for me, there were a couple of things in my childhood. I grew up with two parents who were academics. My mother is an anthropologist, a professor of anthropology, and my father is an architect. He worked in the architectural work and kind of humanistic dimensions of architecture. So I grew up around the dinner table where there was a lot of discussion about politics, about social justice. And I also had some early experiences of my own of exclusion that were quite formative for me. So I kind of grew up with a very strong sense of the importance of inclusion. And then I felt my parents were a bit abstract in what they did, so I decided to pursue a career in business, because that was kind of more concrete. We heard that from the last panel, dollars and cents. But I also had another experience which I think was important for me. In my late 20s, I was elected to the board of the Stockholm City Mission, so the leading homelessness organization in Sweden. And I suddenly realized that the tools that I have and what I can do as a business person turned out to be useful not only in a kind of in a business environment, but in an environment of social change. So that was also very kind of empowering, and I started then kind of dabbling with engaging in society in different ways. And then when I turned 40, without saying how old I am, that's 15 years ago, roughly. So I turned 40, and then my friends gave me, when it says I'm the founder of the Daniel Sachs Foundation, that's actually not true. Because my friends gave me the foundation for 40th birthday
like
gift.
The most expensive gift.
Yes, it's crazy expensive gift for me. It wasn't that expensive for them, actually, but that's a different story. But because they thought, I needed to get more organized, And since then, I have become more organized and more focused. And Paul Alarcon, who's here as well, who's the Secretary General of the foundation, we work very closely in these types of issues. But then it was still largely about inclusion, about kind of more, it was more of a civil society focus. But then in 2014, we funded a couple of Get Out the Vote campaigns. So basically mobilizing young voters to the European election in 2014 and then the national election in Sweden in 2014. And that was a kind of an eye-opening moment because it was very clear this kind of huge gap between all the energy and the kind of the social change imperative that was present in social movements and in activism. And then when we would talk to those people and say, so you're going to vote, right? And it was like, no, politics, you know, it's not for us. It was very clear. I mean, the lack of trust was very evident. And that's when we started realizing that actually this issue of, especially I would say young people and young people's trust in politics and institutions, in their agency in a democratic system, that is a really existential piece. And very few people were working on this. Philanthropy was mostly focused on supporting civil society to challenge institutions, but very few were stepping close to the institutional side. So I think that's when we started kind of realizing that this is actually a field that needs more attention. And since then, we've been very focused on that.
And can you get back a little bit to that year when you started supporting this Get Vote initiative? Was there a big discussion among you and people around you? Are we going into politics, or was it just we are going to support that just people to vote?
Well, I think, and that kind of comes back to the discussion earlier about political versus apolitical. Everything we do is non-partisan, right? So it's not about promoting an idea that we believe in, or kind of saying that a certain sort of politics is more important than the other. We can talk about kind of the limits of what is partisan and non-partisan if you want later, but so this was not, it was not that we said we need to promote a certain political outcome, but it was that we said this fact that young people are disengaging from our common institutions is a huge societal problem, and we want to change that. So it's not, you know, for us it wasn't really a difficult decision in that regard. I think the other thing that became obvious was that, you know, I think we had some impact. It's hard to measure, but we did this bus tour in Sweden. We met a lot of young people. We had concerts and you know, election information and all kinds of things. But what we realized is that if we really want to change how young people relate to democracy and politics, we can't pop up 3 weeks before the election and tell them to vote. I mean, that's a very short-term, superficial, transactional relationship to democracy. And we realized that if we want to change this, we have to put in place much longer-term processes and projects and work on kind of the foundations of democratic participation.
Okay, so what was the next step? I mean, from this one to the one that we are going to make this long-term project.
Yeah. So the next step, we did kind of an after-analysis after these kind of Get Out the Vote campaigns. And for me, there was this kind of vicious circle between low trust from young people in democracy and politics and institutions, leading to low participation. And of course, low participation leads to poor representation, which leads to even lower trust. And you kind of had this ongoing kind of negative development. And then for us, the catalyst in this was representation. So if we can change over time who is in politics, then that should improve trust. Also, we had these surveys, there were these millennial surveys that said that 80% of young people who disengaged from democracy did so because they felt that they weren't represented, or that they felt that there's no one who understands my situation, there's no one like me. So a lot of it was about representation. And then we had this amazing group of young people in the social movement, so we said, okay, let's train some of those people to actually go into politics. And instead of standing outside the tent throwing stones, to come into the tent and sit around the table in the rooms where the decisions are made. So that was kind of our idea. And then we did a lot of research and thinking, and then we launched the 𝐼_rösten, the Raise Your Voice Foundation in Sweden, and the Political Academy. So it's really, today we call them political leadership incubators. So it really is about training people who already have deep political engagement and have kind of very clear ideas of societal change, and then giving them the tools to be successful in politics. And that was the start. And now we're doing this, the Apolitical Foundation that we co-founded based in Berlin, and we're now in almost 70 countries in the world, and this group of academies is growing in a lot of places.
Maybe one small question. How much of a research did you do before decided what to do?
Probably not enough.
Okay.
No, but I think we are quite entrepreneurial in the sense. We have this model, because the traditional philanthropic model of grant making, I think, is problematic in a few ways. I think the notion that people who are brilliant social change makers should spend a lot of time writing applications and then doing follow-ups on those applications and kind of desk work instead of being out there to change society. And then people like me should sit around board tables and read papers and try and judge, is this a brilliant change maker, or is it just someone who's great at writing applications? And so there's a lot of waste in that model. And I think that was, I think it was Václav who talked about it as well, that I think it's also really important to be self-critical when you give and think about what kind of effects do I create, etc. So we developed this model that we call funded activism. And what it is, it's really kind of an entrepreneurship or an incubation model. We identify societal challenges that we think are important, and then we try to devise solutions, and then we do research. But we're not, we're not an academic institution, so we can also move from our gut, but we try and find the facts that inform our intuition, and then we just go. We find the person typically to run it, and then we just go. We do the first year 100% funded by us. So instead of the right people running around raising money, they can run an academy for a year, and then we can iterate and learn from that, and then we can raise money from others. So when you say, did we do enough research? No, we learned much more, I think, when we put the show on the road, so to speak, than kind of the analysis.
So basically, learning on the go.
Yes.
Back to the people. You mentioned this is very much bipartisan activity.
Yes. Yeah. So I wouldn't say bipartisan. I think bipartisan indicates that there are only two parties.
Okay,
but non-partisan, cross-partisan, multi-partisan. Yeah.
The question is, how do you choose, the possible next leaders from this young generation? What are the things you are looking at?
So some of the things we're looking at, first of all, they have to have already very clear ideas of their political commitment. So they have ideas of how they want to change society, and we look for that kind of, basically, I mean, the kind of overall answer is we look for kind of political potential. Someone who can be very successful in politics, and that I think starts with having a very clear idea of what you want to achieve. It usually starts also with having a clear kind of why and a base, and sometimes a constituency or a community that you feel you represent, and roots in that, etc. And then I think if you go from, not all activists are good politicians, and I think most people realize that, but it's one thing to be good at protest, and some people are brilliant at protest. But it is something completely different to sit around the table with people who you kind of fundamentally disagree with and try and work out solutions and know where your red lines are. And some people are too transactional. That's also a problem. But so that openness and that, I think, focus on actual political impact. It's sometimes you have to compromise to actually achieve change rather than standing by your idea to 100% and not being kind of impactful. In terms of the partisan question, because we get that a lot, I mean, if you take the Swedish program, we don't ask where people stand politically. That's not part of the application process at all. We do, however, represent certain values. So unity for all, equality, openness, religious freedom, media freedom. There are a number of kind of fundamental constitutional values, but they are actually, even if some of those constitutional values are challenged by parties who are sometimes democratically elected, to me, they will always remain non-partisan, right? So if you challenge the idea of religious freedom, or you challenge the right to asylum, then you're operating outside of kind of an accepted general idea of what our societies are built on, and that we don't condone.
Okay. Here is a question from Slido. How to explain to politicians that supporting political innovation is non-partisan and not against them toward better democracy?
Yeah. I mean, it's sometimes hard to explain things to politicians, as we know. But I think we experience this differently. When we launched this school, there was a lot of kind of Swedish politicians in the press saying, well, we don't need your help, thank you, and we can manage ourselves, and so on. But then after a few years, they started actually engaging with us. And I think a lot of politicians have also realized that innovation is deeply necessary, because they also see the numbers where 50 to 70%, we saw the Slovak numbers we heard this morning, of people are not satisfied with democracy. And so I think it's really important for politicians to take that seriously, because this is really an issue that is not a partisan issue, but it's an issue of how politicians engage with the electorate and how you kind of close that space between the elected and the electorate. And of course, the ones that are best at that will also have electoral successes, right?
Okay. But maybe you can also say, from your personal experience, like, do you say who are you voting for, or this sort of things, or you are just trying to be personally not attached to a...
Me?
Yeah.
I never speak about where I stand politically, no. And I've kind of made that choice. But, you know, to be clear, I have no problem with people also supporting individual parties or candidates, or of course, that's also important. That's also an important way of engaging. But we have dedicated ourselves entirely to kind of non-partisan systems change. And I think that's also the way, I mean, there was talk in the last panel also about kind of the personal cost of engaging politically for business people, and I think that's a very real thing in some countries more than others. And I think there's also kind of power in numbers, and we're thinking a lot about that. How can we kind of build communities of business people that engage on these types of issues? Because that kind of diffuses some of the personal risk. And that's, of course, much more easy and much more, I think, relevant to do if you're not promoting a certain policy or politic, but you're promoting kind of non-partisan systems change. Okay, so that's one of the way how to do it, to create something where you connect a group of people or somebody who is in the middle, who is just... To de-risk this kind of
de-risk this idea, okay. Can you name specific politicians that you raised? I mean, the question could be, how many people already, you know, went through this political academic system?
So when we look at the Swedish program, which is the data I remember, but there are data from all these 66 countries that I can't keep in my head. But there we have about 90% or even over 90% of the people that go through programs join a political party and become politically active from kind of beforehand standing outside. And about 25-30% of them actually become politically active and kind of go into politics for real. And that's roughly kind of the ambition that we've had in the program. But it is a very explicit, it's not a general leadership course, it is very explicitly about training people for politics.
Okay, we have a lot of questions, but I will try to go back to them later.
You have your own questions.
I have some. I mean, those are better, of course, but let's do one of those, and then we will go back. No, I mean, I found your statement, we talked too little about how existentially important democracy is for business.
Yeah.
And maybe just, you know, to make sure to all the people here, why we don't talk that much about it, and why is it so important for you?
Yeah. So I think the last panel actually did a brilliant job, all three of you, Andrej and Václav and Zoltán, talking about this, because, and I think Zoltán having been active in Hungary, and if you've been, I mean, then I think you've felt that very clearly. But I think that there's kind of a tension here, because some of these kind of more populist political forces sometimes come to power promoting policies that look very business friendly, right? Deregulation and lower taxes maybe, and it's easy, I think, for business people to sometimes kind of feel at home in that sort of messaging, and the Hungarian example is such an example. If you look at the Hungarian economy, the first couple of years after Orban's first election, the Hungarian economy did brilliantly, right? And then it's been pretty bad since then, and then of course the other dimensions of this sort of politics comes into play with corruption and capture of institutions and kind of less foreign investment. So for me, it's just very clear that there are at least two reasons to engage. One is Andrej talked about self-interest, and that's very much where I am as well. That as business people, our long-term success is entirely dependent on operating in free and democratic societies with predictable institutions, with social cohesion, and kind of general trust in society. So to promote that is very much kind of an investment in self-interest. And then the other reason for me, I think, is that for the ones of us who've been reasonably successful over the last few decades in a place like Sweden or in other kind of European countries, we've been successful largely thanks to operating in democratic and open societies with kind of free trade and with movement of people and all of that. And now that those things are under threat, it's our responsibility to also give back, I think. And you asked why. I mean, some of the stories came out in the panel in terms of personal security and also the notion that you can become kind of an enemy of the state if you speak up against the government, and there are all of those things. But I think also more fundamentally, the relationship between kind of business and power and money and politics historically has been highly problematic, with a lot of narrow self-interest and a lot of lobbying. So a lot of people are kind of feel that this is kind of a dirty space to be. I'm not in politics, and they see it as a different world. What we're doing is we're kind of changing that narrative. So we're saying, we're not saying that you should go into politics to promote your own narrow self-interest, but you should be in politics to be part of a broader movement to change the system in non-partisan ways, because you are dependent on that over the long term. So we're now in the early days of setting up sort of a membership organization of business people globally, hopefully over time, and really to kind of make business more aware of, or more engaged in being kind of trustees of the society that enables their success over the long term. And I think that's how business should think of their relationship to society.
Did you have some sort of moment when you said to yourself, I'm paying too high price for this thing, or never?
No.
No.
What do you mean?
I mean...
I don't even understand the question.
Very good, very good. Then we have some other questions for you, Johannes. Okay. There's a question about the young people entering the politics and how to keep them, motivated and not become cynical about the whole issue. Is there a way?
No, I mean, this is a big question, because there is this eternal debate. Some people tell us that you train young leaders. How can you train young leaders to come into a system which is corrupt or is not functioning? Or so it's kind of the eternal debate of whether personal change or changing of kind of training people comes first, or systems change comes first. I'm deeply convinced that systems only change thanks to people, and that by renewing leadership, we can also kind of instigate systems change. But of course, what we've seen over time is that it's not enough to train a young person and then kind of put them out there to go and run their campaign and hopefully succeed. We have to support them all the way. So we built, I mean, the 𝐴political Foundation that we set up and founded a number of years back, which is kind of the hub for all of these academies. We have a number of other programs. We have a program on kind of what we call circular politics, which is kind of also engaging with citizens' assemblies, deliberative decision-making and budgeting, participatory processes, things that kind of close the space between people and the politicians they've elected. But also a big program on politicians and mental health. And this is kind of to this question. I think that 1 out of 6 elected women in the world drop out before the end of their first term because of mental health issues.
How many?
So this is 1 out of 6.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is a huge. I mean, it is tough to go into politics, and especially when you haven't grown up in the youth movement and you come from outside. But I think what we can do is we can build a community across of support of people in other countries that are kind of on the same journey, etc. So we have to support them along the journey.
Okay. And when you choose those people, I mean, there is a question, in the context of raising new politicians, do you agree with those who seek power do not deserve it?
No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I think that there was a conversation about education earlier today. And I think there are a lot of things that people need to learn. But I think one of the most important things that we can teach young people is the sense of agency, and the sense of that I have a stake in the system and in society, and my voice matters, and I can have an impact. So I would love if more people seek power. And I think it's not about if you seek power, it's about why you seek power. Okay. So I would say those who seek power for the wrong reasons do not deserve it. But we're training people who have a very clear why, and they know what societal change they want to achieve. And I think we should embrace the fact that they seek power.
Okay. Another one, how to get more of these young people to get to vote. There was a question about it. Yeah. Is there something, there is really the cause where you can really engage the people, the young people, and make them go to the polls and vote and engage into politics?
Well, I think, you know, and this is kind of a general underlying phenomenon. I mean, if we look at the lack of trust in institutions across, and it was interesting also this morning in I don't know, the interesting man who made a presentation, I don't know his name, but
Pavel,
and he talked about kind of interhuman trust and kind of the trust in society, what I would call horizontal trust. So horizontal trust is extremely important, but vertical trust, so kind of my trust as an individual in the institutions that represent me, etc. I would argue that the causality is that stronger vertical trust leads to stronger horizontal trust. So if you have greater trust in institutions, in politics, in that there is a common good that you're part of, you will also trust your fellow humans better. So I think what was the question? I forget, but you asked the question that made me start talk about this.
No,
you've also forgotten what the question was. we're really bad at this. Right?
No, we were talking about how to engage the young people.
Yeah.
You know, to go to vote.
Oh, you said why people go to vote.
Yeah.
So what I would say is that the political developments that we see now, where we see, I mean, you had Romania recently. You have a number of countries in Europe and in other places where people elect, and including young people, elect kind of less democratic political movements and parties and forces. We've spent a lot of time analyzing that and doing polls. And when you look at it, when people actually go from the center to the fringes politically, very, very few do that for ideological reasons. People change to the fringes because they've lost entirely the trust in the establishment to change their daily lives and the established political parties and political leadership, etc. So when we talk about how do we get young people to engage, I actually think it's less about the ideas. I mean, the ideas are mobilizing in themselves. I mean, the Polish election, of course, kind of the ideas won in the sense that there were a lot of young people who mobilized to defend Poland against what they perceived as an anti-democratic government. But I think that if we want to really achieve change in how people, young people relate to politics, it's about institutional change. It is about new leadership, new faces, new voices. It is about new ways of engaging with the electorate. We've written, Paul and I have written pieces and done speeches, etc., on something we call radical centrism. And what we mean by that is we think that a lot of the established parties in the center are doing exactly the wrong thing, because they're staying institutionally stale. They're the same leadership, but they're trying to move ideologically to catch these voters. And it turns out when we poll people that people are still in the same place, largely ideologically. This is not an ideological concern. So instead, when we talk about radical centrism, it builds on a number of things. It builds on, again, what I said just now, on radically changing leadership, on the kind of the institutional culture, the party culture. It builds on innovation in terms of how a party, an institution interacts with the people that it serves. Again, deliberative processes, checking in what people actually want over time. It builds on new policies, but it also builds on ideological integrity, of not moving ideologically, because that is not the problem.
Okay, so just bringing the innovation and new ways of doing things. You talk a lot about innovation, actually. So can you explain to people what do you consider real innovation in the political system?
So I mean, there are different. First of all, there are voting. There's rank voting and quadratic voting, and ways of getting kind of depolarized. Because when you actually rank alternatives, etc., that can change how you vote. But I think, for me, I think the whole kind of citizens' assembly movement is in a way more interesting. I can give you an example. So the Irish referendum on abortion, of course, a very kind of touchy subject in Ireland and in a lot of other places. So the Irish government decided to put together a citizens' assembly. So what they did was they selected randomly 100 sortocracy. 100 Irish citizens. They were selected to be demographically representative of the population of Ireland. So people got an email and said, you've been chosen to be part of the Citizens' Assembly. And then, so people didn't kind of put up their hand, but they were actually sorted and selected. These people were then brought together over a period of a number of months, And their task was to articulate the two alternatives for the referendum. So what are we voting on? What is alternative 1 and what's alternative 2? And their task was to get the alternative such that the majority for one of them was the largest possible in the group. And that took a number of months and iterations, and it was guided. And in the end, they ended up with 75-ish% being pro-abortion, but with certain very clear guardrails. And 20, I think it was 76-24 actually, and 24% being against that first alternative. That vote was then, without the politicians touching those alternatives, it was just put to the Irish public. And two things that are interesting here. One is that the Irish public voted almost exactly as the group. It was 75-25. The second piece is that the people who voted for the 25% found the whole process entirely legitimate. They didn't protest, you know, they felt that we've been represented in this process. That, to me, is an example of true democratic innovation. How you kind of close, instead of, because I don't think we should replace representative democracy with doing lots of referendums every time. But this is a way of what we call circular democracy. It's not kind of replacing the politicians, but it's engaging much more closely with kind of taking the temperature of the electorate.
Okay. One more question. What part of your program is about political skills, and what part, if any, is about tools necessary to maintain values and the humility?
Yeah. So we train, these programs are roughly a year long. They're executive programs, so they meet for 8, 10, 12, 2-3 day kind of sessions over a year, and then they have tasks in between. What we train is, part of it is skills and kind of negotiation technique, debate technique, how to build a political platform. Part of it is a substance, so sustainability transition, economic policy, geopolitics. And then part of it is also the context, the system, how does the system work, what do I need to do in order to be kind of electable and all of that. And then there's another thing which I think is in certain ways more important, which we would call political maturity. And that's less tangible, but it really is about, again, that move from outside the tent to inside the tent. So going from a kind of an intuition of protest and kind of sticking to an exact values position and never compromising with that, etc., to a position of, again, compromise and impact and political change.
Okay. One question that is probably very important for many people sitting here. How can business leaders effectively balance their corporate responsibility with active engagement in democratic revitalization? What strategies did you find?
Well, I think engagement in democratic revitalization is a corporate responsibility. So for me, there's no kind of contradiction. I think that, I think it's obvious, and it's interesting for us, because we've gotten, in the last year or two, we're flooded by business people who want to talk about this, because it's become blatantly obvious, I think, if you're in business, that you can't operate in a vacuum outside of kind of political impact. And we talked yesterday actually about double materiality that we talk about in sustainability, that this is also relevant here, that on a lot of levels, how you act as a business has impact on democracy, but also how society develops from an institutional stability and democratic dimension has deep impact on your abilities to build a successful business. So I don't think this is, it's like saying, how do you balance between kind of climate action or strategy? And this is something, this is one of the things that I think as a business person we need to think about.
So you basically think it's part of it?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But then, to be clear, I think this is an area where kind of people's thinking is less mature. So what we're now, I talked about that we're planning to set something up in a sort of membership organization, and the purpose of that would be three things. One is to more clearly kind of make and articulate and promote the business case for democracy. There's a lot of research that shows that there is a business case for democracy and that it's important for business. The second part is developing the toolbox of how business can engage. There was a panel here about hate speech, etc. There's the Business Council for Democracy in Germany, which is a community of like 200 quite large Lidl, Siemens, German companies that gotten together to engage in democracy. And one of the most successful things they do is they provide courses for private sector employees to train them on hate speech and on kind of the online environment and how to deal with online threats, etc. But then the third thing, again, is kind of the community and the safety in numbers. That by doing this, and kind of forming kind of a trade union of businesses for democracy, I think that kind of diffuses some of the risks for business.
Okay. We have people here from the business, we have people from the civic society, NGOs, academic background, even from some public service. How important is the networking among those people, and how to create it? You have background from business, you have background from the philanthropy, so you can understand different sides. So how to make this work?
So I think one of the realizations that have been important for us, I think, in focusing on this work, is the observation that kind of the revitalization of politics and politics becoming trusted and transformational is in a way the meta issue of our time. I think that if we fail to do that, it doesn't matter how strong the private sector is or civil society is in the long term, if we don't have trusted and transparent and democratic transformational public institutions. So I think that's kind of the first thing I would say, that collaboration between the different sectors in society is absolutely crucial. Politics is needed, but also politics is not going to be able to fix the big challenges that we have without the input of civil society and business. And I think one of the things that we talk a lot about and that we kind of try and calibrate is, and we talk about it as our, in a way, most valuable currency, is that I think we've successfully been able to position ourselves between institutions and civil society and activism and social movements. Most people are kind of squarely on one side. You're on the institutional side and you have absolutely no legitimacy or trust with the social movements, or vice versa. And I think that bridging is absolutely crucial, because the renewal of our institutions exists in those social movements and in the individuals that are engaged in societal change and have kind of a lot of political potential. But we have to kind of bridge them in to the rooms and the tables where the decisions are made.
Okay, so the bridges are extremely important.
Yes.
Okay.
Or the tunnels.
Or the tunnels.
Yes.
Whatever it is, it has to connect those.
Yep.
Okay.
You can choose.
Okay, it can be a road.
Yep.
So probably last two questions. One is there connected with immigration into Sweden and how to get those young people, immigrants, engage into politics. If you have any special things, at the very beginning you mentioned that this inclusive part of your mentality. So have you changed in doing things just because the immigration in Sweden, or?
We haven't changed, but the demand for what we do has changed in a way.
Okay.
But it's interesting because, of course, we noted sometimes that our kind of the demographic of our programs is in a way the opposite of the institutional demographic. It's younger, it's more diverse. We have a majority of women in our programs. We have a much larger proportion of people with migrant backgrounds in our programs, because, of course, the people who do not have access through kind of the traditional party structures, etc., and are interested in political change, they come to us. And I think that's an important role to play, but it's not that we select them on that basis. We only select on political potential. But as you can imagine, some of the people who come from backgrounds and with experiences where their voice hasn't been heard, those are some of the most powerful drivers of change and some of the most powerful change makers, and that have kind of a fire within them to change society. And so what we're trying to do is capture that and give them a channel into politics.
Okay, and probably the last question will be about Slovakia. We are in a difficult situation, polarization of the society, you can see the politics, it's difficult, the trust has collapsed, basically. So where do we start? From your...
So I'm very humble in terms of, I don't know anything about Slovakia, but I think the observation I would make is that there's been a lot of talk on this stage already about polarization. And I think it's important that we understand what we mean when we talk about polarization, because, and I'll give you a Polish example. So abortion again, sorry for talking about abortion a lot, but it is kind of a polarizing issue, let's say. So in the Polish election, abortion was a really important kind of messaging and kind of a whistleblower on both sides, etc. And then More in Common that we work with, who are a really interesting organization that look at kind of the common base and the broad tent of ideology and values, they did some very serious polling in Poland. That's polling in Poland. But on the attitudes to abortion, and it turns out that over 80% of polls are pro-abortion with different nuances. So people aren't polarized. Politics is polarized on these issues. And I think there's social polarization. There's also all kinds of inequality, and that drives polarization, etc. But it's not an ideological polarization. I think if you go and poll in European societies, there's still a broad tent of 80-85% that broadly agree on the kind of values that our societies are built on. There are two main kind of forces in society that drive polarization. Party politics is one of them, and the other is media, and especially social media, because they make money from polarization, frankly. So I think it's really important that we don't just kind of randomly talk about how polarized society is, because I think there's a lot of common ground. And you come back to trust, because I think if you have institutional and kind of vertical trust, you can build that horizontal trust over time. Can I give you one last more example?
Yeah, please.
A friend of ours that we supported, 𝐼𝐞𝐬𝐢𝐞, who's not in Slovakia, but in Slovenia, she twice ran a referendum on gay marriage. The first time, she was kind of the activist outside, and she was promoting it in a very aggressive way, I think, in terms of based on her own values, and she got like 20% of the vote. Then she had a second chance, I think 10 years later, and then they reframed it, and they reframed it in terms of freedom, in terms of individual freedom, and that referendum was a great success. So I think it's also sometimes about how do we frame, I mean, again, if you come back to the broad tent of things we agree on, but we also have to talk about them in kind of ways that build community and cohesion, and that don't create kind of friction. So I think kind of crowding people into these discussions and trying to protect those values that are important to us in ways that are open to disagreement and people's different perspectives and views.
Daniel, thank you. Thank you for your time, for sharing your thoughts. Daniel Sachs.
Thank you very much.
Daniel Sachs Foundation. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
document every single episode, criminal
Ďalšej debaty znie trochu tak inak, ako sme sa doteraz rozprávali, pretože hovoríme o tom, že čo nás rozdeľuje, niečo nás spája, ale má to byť kvôli tomu, aby sme pochopili, na základe čoho niektoré veci na Slovensku fungujú tak, ako fungujú. Tomáš hovoril o konkrétnom projekte v Rímavskej Sobote, teraz budeme hovoriť o tom, ako funguje celé Slovensko. Z dát, ktoré sme si povedali na začiatku, vieme, že spoločnosť je rozdelená, že dôvera navzájom je na veľmi nízkej úrovni, alebo možno, že až skolabovala. Ale teraz je otázka, že aké sú konkrétne historické či antropologické príčiny tohto rozdelenia. Môže byť príčinou rozdelenia napríklad jazyk, ktorý používame, alebo iné symboly, cez ktoré komunikujeme svoju príslušnosť k určitým hodnotám. Na toto sa budeme pýtať, keďže sme tu už mali filantropov, podnikateľov, mali sme tu ľudí z občianskej spoločnosti, tak teraz prídu sem diskutovať dvaja sociálni vedci a debatu bude moderovať teoretický fyzik. Ale nebojte sa, malo by to byť naozaj pochopiteľné a zrozumiteľné. Čiže v tejto debate príde Helena Tužinská, ktorá je kultúrna antropologička z Filozofickej fakulty Univerzity Komenského, a Juraj Buzalka, sociálny antropológ Fakulty sociálnych a ekonomických vied Univerzity Komenského, a moderovať ju bude Samuel Kováčik, popularizátor vedy na Slovensku, známy aj pod prezývkou Vedátor.sk. Takže ja vás poprosím, privítajte ich na pódiu.
No, začneme takou dobrou tradíciou, ktorú máme na Slovensku. Dlhodobo sa radi hádame v období dušičiek, či je vlastne Halloween americký sviatok, alebo staroírsky, alebo slovenský, ale tento rok sme to posunuli o úroveň ďalej a začali sme sa hádať o konkrétnej maske. O tom, či je vhodná, či je nevhodná a tak ďalej. Tak rozumieme vlastne na takej etnologickej úrovni, aký je význam karnevalu a či nás už teraz viacej nerozdeľuje, ako by mal spájať, kvôli tomu, že strácame s ním nejaký historický kontakt.
Maska v princípe demaskuje. Zmysel masiek v karnevale je vytvoriť svet naopak. Čiže tá karnevalová kultúra, ktorá je známa na celom svete, znamená, že vystúpime z tej bežnej reality a demaskujeme to, čo chceme demaskovať, a síce vysmievame sa rôznym pudom. Či je to obžerstvo, či je to... A nemusím menovať všetky, že? Dobre, to necháme. Ale aj taký akože pud sebastrednosti. A v tomto prípade myslím, že tá maska bola o demaskovaní takéhoto pudu. Ten, ktorý bol demaskovaný, mohol zareagovať rôzne. Miesto toho využil hodenie viny na absolútne bezbranného nositeľa tej masky, ktorý vystúpil do svojej role, a síce študentstvo. A v podstate ukázal svoje vlastné demaskovanie. Čiže to bola taká hádzaná, ako keby taký šport, že hodenie viny. Hej? Čiže maska demaskuje, vina maskuje.
Takže nás to teraz trošku viacej rozdelilo, ako spojilo, keď bežne však rôzne tie sviatky, karnevaly a podobne slúžili práve na to, že ľudia z úplne rôznych zázemí sa mohli stretnúť, mohli si dať napríklad aj tie masky a...
Ja myslím, že u nás, ako na Slovensku, je tá karnevalová tradícia relatívne silná a ľudia v princípe rozumejú tomu, čo je karneval, a myslím, že treba viac v tom verejnom priestore ozvučiť, ako si nenechať vytlačiť smiech. Pretože to je presne to, čo autoritárske režimy robia ako prvé. Zakazujú smiať sa. A nie, že vysmievať sa z, ale smiať sa s. Hej? Čiže vlastne vytvárať to spoločenstvo, ktoré si v princípe vie zo seba vystreliť. No ale taký kráľ, ktorý neznesie klauna, môže robiť iba šašáže.
Teraz otázka na Juraja. V úplne prvej prezentácii, ktorá tu bola, sme videli dva grafy. Jeden bol o polarizácii spoločnosti v rôznych krajinách a druhý graf bol o tom, ako vulgárne sa vyjadrujú politici, alebo že ako oni eskalujú rôznu formu polarizácie. A keby si človek preložil tie dva grafy cez seba, tak sa celkom podobajú. Je tam teda nejaká silná korelácia, takže akú úlohu vlastne zohráva toto v polarizácii, ktorú tak trošku asi ženú aj politici?
Tak asi veľkú, najmä preto, lebo v našej spoločnosti žijeme s predstavou veľmi intimnej osobnej komunite v rozmeroch národného štátu. Že teda sa nepoznáme osobne, lebo to sa nedá v takej veľkej komunite, ale zároveň veríme, že medzi nami fungujú nejaké až priam intimné väzby a veríme, že sme nejak príbuzne prepojení alebo nejakým veľmi blízkym spôsobom spojení. A práve preto to bereme možno vážne, čo tí politici hovoria, alebo niektorí z nich. A to nie sú žiadne veľké múdrosti, len mám pocit, že tí politici len reprezentujú nejakú dominantnú kultúru tej spoločnosti, ako ste to povedali, a že teda niekde vychovávajú svoje deti a ľudia rastú ako politici alebo nepolitici inak, možno ako je taký dominantný kánon spoločnosti, ktorej, ja neviem, alebo možno v tejto spoločnosti, ktorej sme tu, predpokladám, má nejaké socioekonomické parametre. Mali sme tu veľmi peknú prezentáciu o akoby ochrane seba, o nejakej komunikácii, rešpekte vzájomnom. Tak vlastne v tejto platia jedny pravidlá, ale sú ľudia, ktorí možno boli vychovaní inak, alebo sme nedocenili, možno my, ktorí to vnímame širšie, aj profesne, aj možno máme čas to vnímať širšie, kvôli svojej sociálnej pozícii, svojmu vzdelaniu, kapitálu a tak ďalej, že vlastne sú tu ľudia, ktorí to nevnímajú alebo nemajú tú výchovu takú ako my. Takže sa musíme zamyslieť nad tým, ako to myslieť. Čiže, aby som to uzavrel, za niečo samozrejme tí ľudia nemôžu, lebo rástli a vyrastali tak, ako vyrastali, a za niečo naozaj môžu, a platí to samozrejme aj o politikoch.
Tomuto sa dostavím potom trošku neskôr, ale teraz si niečo povedal, tak skúsim na to nadviazať, že my vnímame takúto celú tú spoločnosť svojím mozgom, ktorý bol vyvinutý v takej tej kmeňovej kultúre, a teda ľudí, ktorých vidíme na obrazovkách, vnímame v podstate ako svojich blízkych, aj keď sme ich v podstate nemuseli nikdy stretnúť. Keď nejaký môj kamarát povie nejaký vulgarizmus, padlo mu kladivo na palec a dostane to zo seba, tak pochopím, že ho to akurát vtedy zranilo a rozumiem, že to nie je zlý človek, aj keď si teraz zanadával. Politikov možno často vnímame tak jednorozmerne, a keď oni začnú byť hrubí a vulgárni, tak to berieme, že to je ich celková osobnosť. Je to potom voči nim férové?
To je komplikovaná otázka, možno skôr pre psychológa. Ja sa zhodujem s tým, že máme túto klanovú mentalitu, ale zároveň žijeme v spoločnosti, ktorá je založená na dôvere, ktorá ju vlastne túto klanovosť prekleňuje. A to nie je len o politikoch, to je o tom, že veríme, že autobus príde na čas, alebo že zubár nám vyvrtá ako dobrý zub, alebo teda zlý zub. Čiže to je veľmi, veľmi ako krehká vec, to sa netýka len politikov. No a možno, že proste potrebujeme mať nároky na tých politikov, že aj to nás učí, tá skúsenosť a tá dôvera, že máme vyžadovať nejaký výkon alebo nejakú obsahovú kvalitu možno, že to tiež nie je len o tých emóciách a niektorí politici ponúkajú len emócie.
Že keď už teda okupujú takú časť našej pozornosti, tak nech sa trošku snažia, aby boli reprezentatívni. Chceš niečo doplniť?
Ja by som rada s Jurajom nesúhlasila v jednej veci, ako my radi nesúhlasíme už dlhodobo a aj súhlasíme vo väčšine veci, ale tou jednou drobnosťou, aj na tom sa zhodneme v princípe, len používaš termín klanová mentalita. Myslím, že to je taký nešvar, ktorý sa rozšíril a dostal sa do ako mainstreamu a v princípe prečo je to termín aj neodborný, aj ho študentov skôr radím to odučiť sa používať, lebo vlastne esencializuje, pripisuje takú skrytú, nezmazateľnú esenciu, ako keby rôznym, akože rozčleňuje ten jeden kmeň na množstvo malých kmeňov, ktorých robí samostatné druhy. Samostatný druh znamená, že sa spolu nemôžu páriť, že? Akože v tých starých termínoch, ale tým pádom aj troška zlyháva potom tá dôvera. A v princípe, aby som odpovedala na tvoju otázku, ak teda ten politik komunikuje a ho komunikuje, on v prvom rade signalizuje svojim aj iným a práve rozdeľujúco. Čiže vôbec by som to nebrala, že on by sa v niečom mylil, alebo že chce len útočiť na prvú signálnu. Je to práve, že by sme nemali naletiť na túto mimikru tohto kmeňového rozdeľovania, lebo to je ilúzia.
No ale možno, že sú tam dva typy politikov, ktorí rozdeľujú. Jedni to robia vedome a druhí možno naozaj nemajú na to pochopiť, že sa to nemá.
Ja si myslím, že to PR vzadu dosť funguje, ani akože, vieš, tie školenia
to je potom otázka, že či ten
dlhoročne.
cynizmus je ich akoby autentická vlastnosť, alebo sú tak vychovaní, že vlastne to robia vedome.
Mne sa páči, ako rýchlo sme stihli odbehnúť od scenára, ale toto je zaujímavá téma, ktorú som aj ja už kladol nejakým novinárom, lebo občas si oni v rôznych diskusiách kladú otázku, že čo si naozaj úprimne myslí tento politik. A otázka je, že či mňa ako voliča to má vôbec zaujímať. Že čo on má v skutočnosti hľadať, že nejde o to, čo vlastne on dáva najavo ako koná. Nie? Že či to úprimne robí alebo nie, tak to už mi môže byť jedno. Že keď idem k zubárovi, ktorý v skutočnosti chcel byť zverolekár, ale zároveň je dobrý zubár, tak je mi to v podstate fuk, že niekde hlboko v duši má niečo iné.
No presne, ale potom sa necháme akože namotať na slova, my sa to, aby sme sledovali činy, hej. Čiže to je to, čo kolegyňa, ktorá teda emigrovala, hovorí, že mne teda vadí, že vy sa toľko zaberáte politikou, ale tú politiku nežijete, hej, že kde je to ten skutočný politický život, tak túto to hádam ani nesmiem povedať, lebo tu sú práve ľudia, ktorí ju robia veľmi angažovane, takže...
Možno to veľmi osobne vnímame v našej kultúre tých politikov a naozaj by nám nezaškodilo trošku taký odstup. Tak ako s politikom nepotrebujeme tráviť nejaký osobný čas, alebo politika neberieme do postele, ani nič také. On robí nejakú robotu ako kuchár, alebo kto, alebo hocikto, takže skôr teda čakať nejaké výsledky.
Proste mám kontrakt. Hej, jak všetci ostatní, hej, to je služba.
Ty si spomenula humor v tej svojej prvej odpovedi a to je možno celkom tiež zaujímavá taká téma, kde odbočiť zo scenáru, lebo humor je typický nástrojom na deeskalovanie rôznych konfliktov, že buduje sa nejaké napätie a potom to uvoľníme vtipom a vrátime sa späť na nejakú základnú úroveň. Na druhú stranu, často sa stane, že nejaká satirická stránka omiela nejaký pojem natoľko, že vlastne vedie k nejakej polarizácii spoločnosti. Že na jednej strane to môže byť pojem dezolát, na opačnej strane slniečkár. A zrazu ten humor neslúži na to, aby nás spájal, ale aby nás rozdeľoval. Takže aká je úloha humoru v snahe deeskalovať polarizáciu spoločnosti?
No, nadviažem ešte na tie kmene, hej? Keď už si spomenul, mám presne dezolátu a slniečkárov ako taká najčastejšia vec. To je presne to, kde sa vytvára ako keby taká fiktívna kmeňová identita. Ako keby sme boli nejaký teda jeden druh, čo nie sme. Milujem všetky možné satíry a myslím si, že teda to poskytuje naozaj výživu a zároveň pri každej jednej si kladiem otázku, že ako tento istý vtip čítajú ľudia, na ktorých je to mierené a či si kladieme dostatok otázok k voličstvu, respektíve ešte aj k nevoličstvu, hej, ľuďom, ktorí nešli voliť z princípu. Prečo tá vec konkrétna sa stala a kde je moja miera zodpovednosti za to, že neboli oslovené ich potreby a skončilo to vlastne výsmechom a že oni oprávnene sa môžu rozľútostiť a zastávať sa niekoho, kto bol marginalizovaný, hoci nám sa zdá, že sa jednalo iba o neodbornosť. A potom ide o také nepochopenie termínu národný. Miesto toho, aby sme to brali ako rozmanité spoločenstvo, tak sa teda to berie ako keby, keď sa vrátim k tej maske, tak maska je v princípe vždy viacznačná, hej? Vzbudzuje dialog. A rovnako dobrý vtip, hej? Čiže nechá nás chvíľu takom pomykove, že máme, čo teraz tým akože autor myslel a keď pochopíme tú pointu, tak akože vytvoríme také virtuálne spoločenstvo tých, ktorí akože rozumejú tej pointe. Nuž, ale iba 𝐼𝐸 je jednoznačný. Hej, čiže tam máme mať akože istotu, proste ligotavé mačičky budú vždy len ligotavé mačičky a ísť na tú istotu. Nemôžem sa z toho vysmievať, keď niekto proste je nalepený na 𝐼𝐸, lebo si hovorím, keď oslovuje voličstvo, koho voličstvo oslovuje reprodukciou omalovanky? No tých, ktorí zažívajú nejaké sociálne neistoty zrejme, hej? Čiže odosobním sa od tej konkrétnej osoby, ktorú nebudem komentovať, k voličstvu, ktoré číta GIČ ako šancu, ako odporu, ako niečo, že prečo by sme nemali vystavovať všetci v Slovenskej národnej galérii, hej? Alebo teda niekde na hrade. Čiže to pozvanie z jednoznačnosti do viacznačnosti, to je vždycky riskantný podnik.
No, ja by som dve mal poznámky. Jedna je tá, že to, čo je vnímané ako, nazvime to, korektné alebo nekorektné, sa mení v čase. A že možno, tá druhá poznámka by bola, že možno, že niekedy by sme nemali až tak príliš žlipieť na tej korektnosti, lebo stratíme humor. A ja som teda stupencom takého možno až niekedy cynickejšieho humoru a zažil som veľa situácií, kedy akože som aj prestrelil, ale nakoniec si myslím, že sa to vždy dá obrátiť na dobre a že humor len pomáha. A podľa mňa si treba dávať pozor na politikov, ktorí sa nevedia smiať.
No, presne.
Teraz môžeme urobiť krok vpred tým, že robíme taký veľký skok vzad, aby sme si povedali o tých príčinách vzniku. Nebudeme sa teraz baviť až tak o súčasnosti, ale o historickom kontexte, v akom vlastne tá polarizácia vznikala a o tom jazyku, ktorý formoval dôveru a nedôveru v inštitúcii. Takže kto z vás chce začať vo vysvetľovaní toho stavu?
Ja možno by som zase začal pojmom. Ja už som to viackrát spomínal na iných fórach. Ja si myslím, že dá sa na to pozerať ako na výsledok, ako na polarizovanú spoločnosť, ale zároveň si myslím, že to, čo sa tu deje, je prejavom radikalizácie časti spoločnosti. Že polarizácia je dôsledkom radikalizácie, pretože dôležité je, kto je avantgarda, by som to povedal. A často si to spájame, že ja neviem, za komunizmu boli, ja neviem, nejaké pozitívne deviované kruhy, kde sa ľudia ako buntovali proti režimu a to boli tí dobrí a proti stál ten režim, ktorý bol ten prejav ku konzervativizmu. No ale obráťme si to vlastne, dajme tomu na dnešok a tuto máme presne opačne, že my, myslím si, vidím, vo mnohých poznám osobne, my, čo sme tu, tak my hajme vlastne status quo. A proti nám vystupuje avantgarda alebo ľudia, ktorí majú pocit, že niečo tu nie je v poriadku a oni sú tá revolúcia, oni sa radikalizujú, aby zničili ten poriadok, ktorý považujú za opresívny alebo zlý, alebo nejaký taký problematický. Čiže to len na vysvetlenie toho, že možno termín polarizácia je len čiastočne vysvetľujúci a je vlastne výsledkom niečoho. A je jedno, či sa to deje zvonku, s nejakým tlakom nejakej hybridnej vojny, alebo sa to deje práve z tých príčin, ktoré viac skúmame my dvaja, teda z nejakých sociálne organizačných alebo kultúrnych dôvodov. No a to už idem k tej otázke a to je teda, že si myslím, že naozaj naša spoločnosť je súčasťou nejakej globálnej zmeny alebo globálnej reakcie, alebo reakcie na globálnu zmenu, ktorá je nesúladná, povedzme, s tým, ako väčšina ľudí vníma seba v tej globálnej spoločnosti. Často sa to volá ako taká kríza globálneho trhu alebo kríza neoliberálnej globalizácie a tak ďalej. Vidíme to všade na svete. V podstate Donald Trump je jedným z tých prejavov. Brexit môže byť druhý, vojenské konflikty možno tretím, alebo imperiálne nejaké snahy, povedzme Ruska, ako sme počuli predtým, že nie je to priamy dôsledok, ale nejak to spolu súvisí. No a my sa vlastne musíme pozrieť na to, aká tá naša spoločnosť ešte prednedávnom bola a v tom je možno ten kľúč k pochopeniu tej radikalizácie alebo polarizácie a tá naša spoločnosť bola o mnoho, by som povedal, súdržnejšia v takom funkcionálnom zmysle. Možno kultúrne sme si neboli až tak blízki, lebo bolo, ja neviem, oficiálna pravda, domáca pravda a tak ďalej. Bolo možno ideológia, ktorej mnohí ľudia neverili v minulom režime, ale niečo vtedy fungovalo, že tá organizácia spoločnosti nás nútila v podstate formovať sa v nejakých dominantných typoch komunít. A to celé sa postupom času, aj pod vplyvom, samozrejme my to vnímame cez novembrovú revolúciu, ale povedzme pod vplyvom toho nárastu individualizmu, zmien nejakých pracovných návykov, ktoré tiež vyplývajú z nejakých veľkých zmien spoločenských globálneho významu, vlastne sme sa ocitli v nejakom pocite nesúladnosti z toho, čím sme ako jednotlivci, z čoho sme súčasťou a toho, čo sa deje možno tam hore. Takže takto by som iba začal tú debatu, že v čom to je. A zažívame vlastne teraz takú kontrarevolúciu legitimity, alebo také nové hľadanie legitimity toho režimu, ktorý žijeme povedzme 35 rokov. Bo keď počúvate, o čom teraz sú tie polarizačné tézy, tak oni sú vlastne už úplne ako spochybnením toho celého akoby demokratického procesu po roku 89. A týka sa to hlavne politiky pamäte, týka sa to iného pohľadu, ja neviem, od povstania na socializmus, na vlastne celé sa to ako keby u nás v našej spoločnosti redefinuje, ale myslím si, že tam na prvopočiatku je nejaké ako nezvládnutie alebo slabá reflexia toho, že prečo sa nám stala tá prvotná akoby radikalizácia, keď to tak môžem povedať.
No a jazyk akú úlohu zohráva v kontexte naštrbovania dôvery v rôzne inštitúcie?
Mimoriadnu. To všetci vieme. Ešte by som nadviazala na Juraja. V jednej vete chýba mi niečo také ako, že my. Že máme nejaký spoločný príbeh. Že v čom je tá polarizácia úspešná alebo radikalizácia je, že sme uverili rozdeľujúcim príbehom a zanedbali ten spoločný. A ono v podstate, on bol vždy do istej miery nejak fragmentujúci, ale tie sily môžu byť viac rovnováhe, hej? Tie, ktoré rozdeľujú, tie, ktoré spájajú. V čom si myslím, že je to úplne zásadné pre ľudský druh ako taký, je, Michael Tomaselo k tomu napísal výbornú štúdiu, že nie je dôležité zodpovedať si otázku, prečo napríklad opice nerozprávajú, ale prečo ani neukazujú prstom. No lebo sa nevedia pozrieť jedným smerom. Nevedia vystúpiť z tej vlastnej perspektívy, že môžeme sa ísť oproti sebe, ale dokážeš si predstaviť, že kam asi mierim, bez toho, aby si sa vôbec presunul. Čiže opustím tu ja perspektívu. Presne. A teraz to opúšťanie vlastnej perspektívy je niečo, čo ľudia pravidelne praktizujú vtedy, keď akože napríklad počas rituálov, rôznych sviatkov, máme na to veľa rôznych metód, si ten spoločný príbeh budujú. A ak ho nemajú, tak strácajú vlastné sebavedomie a to sa týka ako detí, tak dospelí, ako jednotlivcov, tak skupín, ako rodín, tak celej spoločnosti, že keď tam nie je tá my perspektíva, tak akože o čom? No a to je ten jazyk, že jazyk vlastne môže fungovať len vtedy, ak je tam spoločný zážitok. Ten rituál v princípe značí rit zo sanskritského čin. Čiže slova platia iba vtedy, ak sú kryté činmi. Ako bankovka za starých čias bola platná iba vtedy, keď bola krytá zlatom, tak my vlastne hovoríme, že iba sa mláti prázdnu slámu, hej? Čiže to znamená, že len takéto ono všetky slová sú v princípe len nejaký zhluk hlások. Oni vždycky ľudia hľadajú, hovorí pravdu, je tam ten má to akože odmakané. A teraz, čo spravili v tomto sociálne médiá, vám ja položím naspäť otázku, ako nám dokázali uniesť komunikačné rôzne skúsenosti z minula, že sme uverili super krátkým príbehom?
No neviem, či toto sedí, tá sociálna kontrola, alebo je nedostatok, sa teraz prejavuje najmä v tých bublinách a v tomto uvažovaní. Ale myslím si, že to, čo si začala, je dôležité, tá pozitívna idea spoločenstva. Že vlastne my nevieme, na čo máme republiku, na čo sa nám stala. Ešte sme si tak hovorili, že už keď pôjdeme do tej únie, tak to je taký zmysel, ktorý to má, lebo však sme boli niekde unesení, alebo sme boli čierna diera. Ale že chýba nám tu nejaký príbeh, ktorý by nás spojil, to je určite. A on musí byť do budúcnosti orientovaný. On nemôže byť len o tom, bo vlastne no dobre, tak už sme v tej únii a vidíte, aj tak sa to mnohým nepáči. Darmo sa majú najlepšie, ako sa kedy ľudia mali v našej časti Európy, v týchto Karpatoch. Majú pocit, že nemajú zmysel. Ich spoločenstvo nemá zmysel. Na čo? Lebo keď nemáme vedieť, na čo sme na svete, vy viete, na čo sú Slováci na svete? Ja napríklad doteraz neviem, na čo.
Ja by som vám zahrnula, že nielen Slováci, že ľudia žijúci na Slovensku.
No,
Vieš, že to je
alebo
práve
ešte inkluzívnejšie to vieme povedať, no. Tak ty už vôbec nie.
No, tam zahrňam tých cudzincov, vieš, respektíve naše etnické menšiny. Aj nie naše, lebo sme naše znamená, ináč to je veľká odbočka, sú aj na spoločenstva na svete, ktoré majú iba, že my, viete to predstaviť, také spoločenstvo, že oni majú, že nama sonta. A to znamená, že my ľudia, a prečo tam antropológovia skúmajú, že a to teda akože čo znamená v Južnej Indii izolovaný kmeň. A oni, že no tak to sú že všetci, akože všetky bytosti, vrátane lesných duchov, hej, rastlín, všetkého možného, a aj ty antropológ, hej. A on že, ako však ja som cudzinec, nie, ja teda tu, nie, to všetci sme príbuzní. Čiže to je mega inkluzivita, vieš, čiže to je otázka jazyka. A ako si nazveme, tak keď budeme konštruovať a pracovať na oni, no tak budeme mať mega oni.
Nadviažem teda na časť tej tvojej odpovede, ktorá súvisela s tým teda, že chýba nám nejaký ten príbeh, ktorý by nás všetkých zlepil dokopy. Back in the days to bol tak, že bol nejaký vladár, ktorý vládol a zároveň rozprával ten príbeh o tom, ako on je Bohom poslaný, aby nám všetkým vládol. Potom rôzne iné mýty fungovali, niekde to riadila cirkev a tiež rozprával o tom, že ako oni sú tí a dali k tomu nejaký ten príbeh, ktorý nám to vysvetlil. A teraz sme vládu nejako roztrúsili demokraticky medzi ľudí. A kto má teraz ten príbeh dávať dokopy? No. Každý napíše jednu vetu a potom z toho...
Perfektná otázka, kladieme si ju všetci, už nám aj o nej sníva. A s chuťou som si prečítala rôzne príbehy sú takto písané, ale keď si kladieme, že vystúpime z toho, že my Slováci, aby sme vystúpili aj z tej preambuly našej slavnej, tak my, ľudia žijúci na Slovensku, ak to nemá byť etnický princíp, lebo koho tam všetko zahrnieme a akými jazykmi, aby sa nikto necítil vylúčený. Ak to nemá byť náboženský princíp, lebo ten tiež môže byť rozbuškou politickou, ak to nemá byť profesný princíp, alebo triedny princíp, alebo mesto vidiek, hej? Toto všetko sú akéby parametre, ktoré v princípe sú, ako hovoríš, dočasného charakteru a politizujúce. To nie sú antropologické termíny, oni sa v kúse dekonštruujú. Či etnicita, či rasa, či rod, čokoľvek. Ak to nemá byť tieto veci, čo to má byť, a pre mňa je odpoveďou pozorovanie cudzincov, keď sa ich pýtam, teda ako nás vy vidíte, hej, nás takýto mladý národík, keď mi Indka hovorí, no tak vy ste ešte v začiatkoch, na to trvalo 5000 rokov, hej, takže dobre, ale že v princípe oni nás vnímajú, mnohých, ako tých, ktorí strašne radi trávia voľný čas spolu, najmä teda buď akože v prírode, alebo s umením, a majú nejaké ťažkosti sa dostať do našich kalendárov, kedy uprednostňujeme ten rodinný čas pred tým, dajme tomu, biznis nejakým team buildingom alebo niečím. Alebo minimálne to zvažujeme aj na to nepríjemné, že nejdeme na tete na 70-ku, ale musíme sa s niekým iným bratať, kto nám není pokrvný príbuzný. Ale vytvárame tým vlastne iný typ príbuzenstiev. A teraz aj, keď som spomenula prírodu, spomeniem tie stromy, sú v ohrození aj to umenie, aj tá kultúra. Čiže dve veci, ktoré najradšej všetci robíme a kde bez ohľadu na etnicitu a náboženstvo a profesiu a triedu sa teda ideme vyvenčiť, tak sú tie, ktoré sú v princípe nevlastniteľné a neodcudziteľné. Na to, aby niektoré národy toto pochopili tak, že dali rieke, hore, nejaké kultúrne ustanovizní štatút právnickej osoby, aby sa nestalo, že niekto si ju dokáže osvojovať, kradnúť, lebo môže sa stať, že budúci týždeň pojeme objímať depozity. Hej, ako sme boli objímať Tichú koprovú dolinu, aby tam teda sa neprevalcovalo, neťažilo, tak akože vážne muzejníci, galeristi nám signalizujú, že oni dostávajú nohy. Legislatíva zdá sa, že v tomto smere tiež pokročila a pokračuje, alebo sa pripravuje. A teraz necháme si to odcudziť to, čo je žriedlom našej regenerácie. Hej? Čiže odpoveďou my, to spoločné my, je v tom, kde sa môžeme prepojiť v tom voľnom čase. Ty si perfektne napísal o tom, ako je to vzťah k zemi. A tu to môžeme rozšíriť od záhradok cez vinohrady až po akúkoľvek formu takýchto prírodných žriediel. Ale tam dodávam aj tie kultúrne. Čiže nízkoprahové centrá, kde kultúrne domy, všetko možné, čo, a teraz predbieham, ale už máme za chvíľu končiť, dobre, kde vlastne tí starostovia nám hovoria, že v takých obciach sa dobre žije, ako nedávno vyskúmala nadácia Milana Šimečku, keď zisťovali, ako tá inkluzivita má fungovať. Tie obce, ktoré majú vysoké percento spolkovej činnosti, tam je vysoká kvalita života, ľudia sú imunnejší voči propagande, majú samosprávu v poriadku. Tam, kde mladí ľudia môžu tak aspoň vonku postávať, ani to neradi vidíme, tak tam sa to rozkladá.
Takže... My sa dostaneme k tým riešeniam, ale prišlo pár otázok na slajdov, stále môžete písať a niektoré z nich možno aj prečítame. Prečo sme na politikov tak malo nároční? Je to tá poddanosť v Slovákoch alebo niečo iné? Páči sa mi, ako mi zasvietil, aby som lepšie čítal z obrazovky. Takže sme submisívni voči politikom a preto sme na nich takí nenároční?
Neviem, ale odpovedal by som ako proti otázku, že možno, že my, tí, čo sme takíto nenároční, nevidíme lepší projekt. Lebo my často si myslíme, že tí ľudia sú nenároční, ale oni si myslia možno od tých druhých, že sú ešte menej schopní ako tí, ktorých volia. To nie je sranda, to, že nám sa to zdá inak, to je náš problém. Ale možno, že je to o tom, že nedostatočne autenticky, nedostatočne precízne, nedostatočne prístupne rozprávame k tým ľuďom o tom, ako to má vyzerať inak. Že v konečnom dôsledku to nie je nejaký komplot, ja neviem, populistov, ktorí nám unesú národ, ale je o tom, že si to necháme uniesť sami.
Áno, zrozumiteľný jazyk. Hej? Plain language iniciatívy sú známe na celom svete ako presne nástroj budovania dôvery. Nemôžeme dôverovať niečomu, čomu nerozumieme. Čiže keď niekto bude komunikovať so mňou v jazyku smerníc, tak potrebujem preklad. A toto je presne to, ako sa môžeme priblížiť vec, ktorá je v biznise ťažko známa, veľké peniaze do toho idú, ako si byť uistený o tom, ako chápe ten adresát, ten význam. To ako keby nám uniká v iných oblastiach, nemáme na to možno toľko času, prostriedkov, aby sme urobili svoje odkazy zrozumiteľnými a prípadne ešte ideálne rečou tých, ktorí ich počúvajú. V tom sa máme čo učiť.
A iba doplním možno terminologicky zase. Ja neviem, či je tá poddánskosť taká ako charakteristika, o ktorej je hodno učenejšie dišputovať. V prvom rade, či je taká dramaticky iná v kontexte, dajme tomu, stredovýchodnej Európy. A druhá vlastne, veď celý ten slovenský národ bol vymyslený ako taký ľudový vzdor proti pánom. Hej, celý ten romantický ideál o tých prírodne blízkych zbojníkoch, ktorí si vážia svoju slobodu viac ako porobu pod nejakými pánskymi
huncúctvami.
Nie ani huncúctvami, ale pod pánskym jarmom, alebo nejakého ako práca na poli pre cudzích. Vlastne, veď to je celý ten kód toho národného príbehu. Takže neviem, tá poddánskosť, možno je to, ja dokonca som sa naučil to vnímať ako ten roľnícky život ako zdroj istého typu slobody alebo emancipácie od moci nejaké centralizované. Že zase máme tu nejaký príbeh, ktorý sme si zafixovali ako problematický alebo ako taký, ktorý nedáva dostatok demokratického ducha, ale možno, že to je presne naopak, že zase to vieme to prerozprávať inak a možno, že to je zdroj našej hrdosti, našej slobody, schopnosti vysporiadať sa s vecami okolo seba. Že to je tá naša nezávislosť, ktorú si vážime, ktorú aj tí smerácky voliči možno majú. Nemajú, možno určite majú. A zrazu, keď im to poviete, aha, to nie je len tak, ako nám hovoria títo, to môže byť ešte niečo iné. Hej? Ja neviem, budeme mať nezávislé fotovoltaické elektrárne na pajte a budeme diktovať svetu, ako sa má žiť.
Tá poddanskosť, prepáč, je len ako forma opäť príbehu, naratívu. A keďže naša myseľ je naratívna a miluje príbehy, väčšina tých ultra, hoci ktorým smerom, práve legitimizuje svoje teórie odkazom na minulosť. Ale dôležité je to, čo si ty hovoril, že orientovať do budúcna. To je to podstatné, čo potrebujeme budovať. Čo sa tým vysvetlí? No nič. A my sme to neboli iba poddaní, my sme boli všelijakí iní rôzni oni. Čiže znova je to esencializovanie, zužovanie na jeden úzky segment, ktorý by mal akože to má ospravedlniť niečo. Ale neospravedlňuje to vôbec nič. Podaný bol všelikto.
Ja som sa raz ocitol vo videu na takom dezinformačnom kanále, kde bolo analyzované niečo, čo som hovoril o plochej Zemi a zhodnotili to nejako tak, že ten chalan celkom rozumie fyzike, ale inak je mimo. Čiže ako keby boli rôzne formy dôvery, že dôvera v odbornosť a potom dôvera napríklad, že v nejakú integritu toho človeka a mám pocit, že u politikov sa toto delí, že niektorí sa snažia budovať našu dôveru v ich odbornosť a niektorí našu dôveru v ich úprimnosť a začína sa to na tom trošku lamať, že keď vidíme nejaké nedeľné diskusie, tak niekto tam presne ako keby čítal regule a niekto tam na šupu povie tak, ako to cíti v odzovkách. Nejaký typ voličov má rád jednu vec, nejaký typ má rád druhú vec, ale jedna z nich je oveľa chytlavejšia, taká tá priamočiarosť. A možno to trošku aj naráža na tú dvojakú úlohu štátu, že štát je tu na to, aby byrokraticky riadil spoločnosť, vyberal peniaze a rozdeľoval dôchodky a tak ďalej, ale zároveň, aby aj tkal nejakú tú kohéziu spoločenskú. Takže dá sa vôbec toto preklenúť, že ako keby sme chceli budovať dôveru v dve nekompatibilné veci alebo ťažko spletiteľné veci dokopy. Dá sa to zvládnuť?
Určite áno. Výzva komunikovať zrozumiteľne platí najviac teda do radov akademikov, určite aj do radov všetkých tých, ktorí poskytujú službu akéhokoľvek typu. A nemusí to byť cez útočenie na emócie. Čiže skôr je to pre mňa výzva akože učiť sa regulovať tie svoje emócie. Minulý rok som mala skúsenosť, pretože ma toto samozrejme hnevalo v tej oblasti, ktorú som skúmala, že kde sme stratení v preklade, keď žiadatelia o azyl, právni zástupcovia, sudcovia, zástupcovia migračného úradu a tlmočníci, všetci hovoria, že niečo sa stráca v preklade. Ako keby som videla tú hádzanú, tú vinou, akože stále niekam poletovala. A hovorím si, kde to môže byť zapečené? Bolo presne strata zrozumiteľnosti, ktorá by bola kontrolovateľná. Vytvorili sme výborný tím, kde všetci títo aktéri spolupracovali a zhodli sme sa na jednoduchej verzii, ktorú sme dali preložiť do 13 jazykov, vrátane rôznych možných ťažko zohnateľných a tým približili sa k ľuďom, voči ktorým tá služba má byť poskytnutá a zároveň dali istotu zastupiteľom štátu, že toto je to, čo ten tlmočník odovzdá a jemu aj pomohli vytvoriť nejaký nástroj. Pretože ukázalo sa, že oni častokrát, jak sa hovorí, že ani srnka netuší, to ostávalo niekde mimo. Takže otázka je, ako môžeme tie zrozumiteľné preklady tvoriť. Vo Švédsku, Norsku, Fínsko má skvelé príklady použitia v iných oblastiach. Skôr ako sa uzákonil školský zákon, dali pripomienkovali, spravili detskú verziu. Dali ju pripomienkovať deťom a teda ide o ten dizajn prispôsobený tomu konečnému adresátovi, že bol zahrnutý do celkového dizajnu. Samosprávy, keď používajú tento zrozumiteľný jazyk, radikálne im klesol počas ťažnosti. Čiže ono sa tým akože výrazne sa eliminuje stratiť sa v preklade, keď v prvom rade tí, ktorí sú v službe, dajú zrozumiteľný výklad.
No, ešte jedna vec ma okrem prekladu jazyka napadla a to je, keď si spomeniete na tú dôveru, tak tam bola vysoká dôvera v vedu, vedecké inštitúcie a je sranda, že máme jedno z najnižších zaočkovaní proti covidu v Európe. Hej, to je niečo, čo tá odpoveď na otázku je, podobná ako môže homofóbna krajina zvoliť si nášho pána prezidenta. Vlastne to je o tom, že to môže byť aj, že to sa nevylučuje, teda aj tá komunikácia, by som povedal, emočná, aj tá komunikácia racionálna a možno by sme sa mali zbaviť tej predstavy, že tu dojde k nejakému finálnemu rozuzleniu a niekto bude mať na konci vždy len tú jednu pravdu, hej. Pravda je taká dosť rôznorodá, zvlášť v politike masovej spoločnosti sa to celkom dosiahnuť nedá. Takže možno sa s tým treba tak zmieriť a pokúsať sa. Ja často citujem teraz taký vtip kreslený, Fero Guldan kreslí Mira Poláka nápady a jeden je taký, že prestaň mi už hovoriť konečne pravdu, povedz mi už niečo, čomu sa dá veriť. A to To je o tom, je to.
Príbeh.
Zostáva nám do konca 7 minút, takže ja spletiem dokopy otázky zo slajda a teda povyberám z nich zo pár a kľudne do nich už vy vkladajte aj také tie svoje tipy. Ako sa vymaniť pasce, do ktorej sme sa trošku vohnali. Takže aká je úloha škôl, učiteľov? To bola jedna otázka. A druhá bola, že aká bola úloha rodín? Takže čo by ste povedali? Čo máme robiť aj my na akademickej pôde, čo majú robiť učitelia na stredných, základných školách? Čo sa má deť v rodinách, kde už vieme, že ľudia sa občas tak pohádajú pri stole kvôli politike a podobne, že sa potom nerozprávajú. Takže aké sú tipy? Blíže sa Vianoce, môžete.
No. Hovoríme o spoločnom o dôvere, o posilňovaní dôvery. Kedy rozumieme spoločnému jazyku? Keď sme na spoločnej rovine. Ako sa nám dostaneme? Spoločnými zážitkami. Čiže pre mňa je to o naozaj vytváraní čo najviac príležitostí pre spoločné robenie niečoho. Už sa môžeme prestať o tom neustále špiritizovať, rozprávať. Dobre, rozprávať sa treba, ale jazyk vznikol v princípe po tom, ako vznikla metafora, po tom, ako vznikli gestá. Tá naša umelecká zložka, zdá sa, podľa viacerých teórií je prvá. Hej? Čiže to naše umelecké ako keby vyjadrovanie sa, spájanie sa v niečom, čo považujeme za sveté, nech je to už čokoľvek, je primárne. A potom sa o tom spätne na to porozprávame. Ja neviem, taký príklad dám študentom, ako vzniká jazyk. Idete spolu na týždeň do hôr, týždeň na to si idete sadnúť niekam do krčmy, príde tam niekto, kto tam nebol, vám stačí akože možno jedno gesto, jeden žmurk, jedno slovo a za tým sa vybálí obrovský smiech, žart, celý zážitok. Ten, ktorý prichádza, netuší. Hoci tomu slovu rozumie. My potrebujeme vystúpiť z doslovnosti. My sa potrebujeme zbaviť tej ilúzie, že jazyk je doslovný. Nie. Jazyk vždycky referuje viac na ten kontext a my sme povinní vytvárať ten kontext. Nízkoprahové centra je pre mňa odpoveď, či pre rodiny, či pre širšiu spoločnosť, tam, kde máme prístup spoznávať to my, ktoré je iné než len slovenské, katolícke, biele, alebo si tam vymeňme rovnako maďarské, luteránske, to je úplne jedno, koho sme dieťa. Máme možnosť, tak ako na Islande, prečo je tam najväčšie množstvo kapiel hudobných v súčasnosti na počet obyvateľstva, viete?
Nemusia cez víkend kosiť trávu?
Nie. Mali tam pred 30 rokmi dosť vážny problém s kriminalitou a drogovou závislosťou. A povedali si, že no tak ale my nepostavíme z ničoho základné umelecké školstvo, ani nedonútime tie deti niekam chodiť. Nechali proste otvorené ako tie nízkoprahové centrá so sediacimi učiteľmi hudby, umenia, čohokoľvek a nechali deti prísť a spolu tvoriť. A z toho vzniklo niečo také, ako pozrieme dnes.
Čiže vytvárať príležitosti na aktivity.
Na prepájanie.
Najrozmanitejšieho druhu.
Áno, a nespraviť deň obce zvlášť pre Rómov a zvlášť pre Slovakov. Hej?
No, ešte mali by sme robiť niečo spolu, niečo zmysluplné. To je, že samozrejme stretávať sa a tak, ale nie len tak, akoby, že to už samo o sebe je účel, ale podľa mňa v niečom nám pomohlo to zjednotenie napríklad nedávno, že chceme ísť do tej únie. Nevieme síce, čo tam chceme robiť, to ešte si musíme zadefinovať a na čo nám to je, už keď sme dostali tie eurofondy a tak. A teraz, že čo s tým? A to je podľa mňa najzásadnejšia otázka, akoby spoločenská, že musí to mať nejakú vyššiu, že niečo musíme robiť spolu. A nie len ako myslieť spolu a cítiť sa spolu, ale aj robiť niečo. Nejaký projekt, ktorý nám dá zmysel. No?
Tá požiadavka na zmysluplnosť je tam kvôli tomu, že keď už som do toho tak investovaný, tak potom mám väčšiu motiváciu preklenúť aj nejaké rozdiely s ostatnými ľuďmi.
Nie, tie hrany sa tam obrusia. Rovno pri tom, keď s niekým hrabeš listie, nie peniaze, tak proste...
Ja si myslím, že aj to dokáže sceliť nie jednu skupinu.
Ale všetci vedia, že je to fikcia, že je to mimikra. Hej? A to je to, že máme na to akože nos to rozlíšiť. A myslím, že stále viac ľuďom je to jasné, že aký je rozdiel medzi tvárením sa a dávaním tváre.
A tieto rady na aktivitu, to sa týka teda nielen, že rodiny, ale aj celé nejaké komunity. Platí to aj v tých školách? Lebo tam mám pocit, že ten problém s budovaním dôvery ešte je taká netriviálna interakcia tej autority voči neúplne submisívnym žiakom, ktorí sa snažia práve vzdorovať a tak ďalej. Takže
ako
tiež to
často
pomáha.
pozývame deti spolu rozhodovať o tom, čo sa im deje? Už len to je hrozná otázka, že im deje. Prečo by sa im to malo diať? Hej? Ako môžu participovať? No v tých obciach, kde sa nič nedieje, kde nie sú aktívne tie spolky a nie je ani náznak školského parlamentu. A teda prípadne, že je aj z neho strach od tých, ktorých autorita by mala byť naštrbená. No ale autorita tak nevzniká.
Čiže nie, že dať im pocit spoluúčasti, ale prizvať ich tej spoluúčasti.
Rovno majú byť súčasťou dizajnu, áno. Takže, a tiež projekt odúčania sa, hej? Že pre mňa je škola skôr ako sa niečo odučiť, nie ako sa niečo naučiť.
Toto dneska nebudem hovoriť svojim študentom, lebo...
No, tak, ale ty to tiež robíš.
No, najdôležitejšie asi je v tých školách, že už to urobme a ako prestaňme to stále meniť za každým. Tu by som...
Počkaj, už sa to robí.
No veď práve,
No,
že
práve,
to je
že...
možno dobré, že prvýkrát možno zažívame nejakú kontinuitu, dajme tomu v takých praktických politikách zavádzania nejaké zmeny. A všetky, ja som nie expert na vzdelávanie, ale všetky tie pozitívne príklady vo svete hovoria, že musí zmena povedzme v školstve nie je vec jedného cyklu, ani dvoch, ani troch, ale 10 ročí, povedzme. A zase treba možno pracovať na tom nejakom miestnom ukotvení tej tradície a tam je tiež zase bohatá tá tradícia. Sme nie nejaký sprostý národ, v podstate celý ten narratív je o tom, že my sme sa museli snažiť a učiť, aby sme dačo dosiahli. Hej,
a tradície sú výborné, spomeň na ten karneval, tam je zahrnutý naozaj každý, akože ten folklór má svoj veľmi dobrý význam.
Hovoril mi teraz výborný príbeh, možno, že v tom je to zakopané, ten problém, že boli nakrúcať v Terchovej filmári dokument nejaký a tam sa narodil Adam František Kollár, ktorý bol hlavný taký dizajner reformy Márie Terézie, školské reformy a teda objavili, že tam má nejakú malú pamätnú tabulu. A tipnite si, koľko svoch má Jánošík v Terchovej. 3.
To je ten...
3 veľké sochy, hej, voči jednej tej tabuli. Ale zase aj u toho Janošika, aby som skončil pozitívne, všetci riešia to, že vlastne tento nepriateľ právneho štátu a oficiálny zločinec vlastne reprezentuje ten ľud, ale zase viete, tam bola tá žena, ktorá hodila ten hrách a čakala na výkon neosobnej spravodlivosti v podobe žandárov.
Počkaj, tak to skončíme
páči,
inak,
ako sme takmer skončili na čas.
Nie, toto mu nenechám. Takže nebudeme hovoriť už iba o hrdinoch, ale budeme hovoriť o sesterstvách a bratstvách. Môžeme sa tak dohodnúť?
Môže byť, ale ona bola
Lebo
vlastne
je,
stúpenkyňou právneho štátu.
No hej, ale stále je to, že jeden hrdina alebo druhý hrdina. Hrdina skupiny A, hrdina skupiny B. Ja som za to, že
to bolo o to, že ona rešpektuje pravidlá v spoločnosti a že sú neformálne, neoficiálne. Ona nie je hrdinka, ona len je normálna občianka.
Nie, ja som hovorila Adam František Kollár versus Janošik. Vieš, že akože výstupme z tohto, že nie, že kto je najlepší líder, ale že kde sme tí fellows.
Takže budovanie komunít, budovanie spoločenstiev, hľadanie nejakého spoločného cieľa, ktoré nás bude tmeliť dokopy, to je niečo, čo podľa mňa, že takmer všetci v publiku tušili, lebo na tomto pracujú aktívne už teraz, ale je super, že to počuli takto od odborníkov. Takže ďakujem.
Potlesk. Dnešný blok, ktorý nás dnes čaká, má názov Ako uzdraviť spoločnosť. A myslím si, že sa oplatilo počkať na tento úplný záver Impact Summitu, keď mal náš rečník 20 rokov, v roku 2011, na norskom ostrove Utoja zažil teroristický útok. Priamo na ostrove vtedy zomrelo 69 ľudí, medzi nimi najmä tínedžeri. Tento zážitok ovplyvnil jeho ďalšie životné smerovanie a dnes je medzinárodne uznávaným odborníkom na boj proti radikalizácii a pomáha vytvárať bezpečné komunity. Kam môže viesť popieranie rozmanitosti a ako vytvárať priestor na dialog v rozdelenej spoločnosti a ako nájsť dôveru v ľudí a svet, ktorý sa nejaví vždy ako bezpečné miesto? O tom bude rozprávať. Keďže debata bude po anglicky, tak prejdem potom do angličtiny, ale v každom prípade toto je posledná možnosť pre vás dať otázku prostredníctvom slajda a na konci prezentácie tú jednu otázku, ktorú z toho vyberieme, položím. Takže teraz, now in English, please welcome on stage CEO Rebontulet and Khalifa Iller Institute, Björn Iller. Please, welcome him.
Hi, everyone. So we're reaching the end of the day, and the organizers, fantastic organizers, by the way, were asking me to end on a light note, and so with some optimism, I will be speaking about counterterrorism, a very, light-hearted topic. I think in many ways there's light in it. There's ways in which we can proceed with optimism, but in 2011, I myself found myself on this island behind me. That is Utøya Island in Norway, where the Labour Youth Party on the 22nd of July had their summer camp, and that was attacked by Anders Behring Breivik, a far-right extremist terrorist, who wanted to attack the Labour Party and the Labour Youth Party because of what we stood for. Because we stood for a more inclusive society, a society in which people from all over the world, irrespective of their faith, their identity, their sexual orientation, etc., could come together and thrive. 77 people were killed in a bomb blast in the capital of Norway, Oslo, as well as in the mass shooting on Utøya Island that day. The loss of lives, so many friends, and the trauma and pain of living through that really changed me and has influenced my career, where now I work to try to prevent that from happening to anyone else. Unfortunately, we're seeing quite a lot that terrorist attacks do happen, and we've also seen that the attack in 2011 in Norway has inspired other attackers throughout the world, including here in Slovakia, sadly. And so, at this point in my life, I'm really on this mission to end terrorism. And in that, on quite some journey. So we'll get into that. But first of all, we need to kind of understand how terrorism works. And I find this breakdown to be quite helpful in explaining that, because like 77 people in Norway sounds like a lot to Norwegians. It was the most kind of devastating day after the Second World War in our history. But on the global scale, every year about 26,000 people die in terrorist attacks, which is far too many. Most of them in the Sahel, in south of the Sahara in Africa, but also in the Middle East, in Afghanistan, throughout the world. And we're seeing this phenomenon spread more and more and become more diverse in some ways in who they are attacking and how they are attacking. Part of the challenge here is also we've thought of terrorism as primarily kind of a governmental issue. Like we have the national security system, we have the military, etc., that we believe are here to help us. And to a large extent they are.